Bell Tire. Welcome to the opening week of baseball presented by Burger King. It is an absolutely glorious afternoon here at the ballpark. Happy Easter, everybody. Final game of this three-game series featuring the homestanding Detroit Tigers and the Boston Red Sox. For the Tigers, it's the start they expected from Prince Fielder. Their slugging first baseman has had a whale of a series, 3 for 6 against the Red Sox, including 2 home runs and 3 RBIs. Fielder and the Tigers hoping for the sweep of the Boston Red Sox this afternoon. In the meantime, we send you back to the Call Sand Studios, and here's Mickey York. America Park here this afternoon. The Tigers and the Boston Red Sox on Easter Sunday. Glad to have you with us here this afternoon. Tigers in search of the sweep here today against the Red Sox. Here's the Boston starting lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. A couple of changes today for the Red Sox. Nick Punto leads it off. He'll play third base, followed by Jacoby Ellsbury and then Dustin Pedroia. Adrian Gonzalez will clean up for the Red Sox, followed by Big Papi David Ortiz, then Darnell McDonald in left, Sweeney, Aviles, and Shopik, your bottom three for the Red Sox. And today's Tigers starting pitcher is Max Scherzer, presented by the Soaring Eagle Casino.
Max made 33 starts last year. He checked in with a 15-9 record. He incorporated a two-seam fastball to his repertoire in spring training this year, trying to get easier outs earlier in the game. He also has a real good slider and a changeup to go with a two-seamer and a mid-90s fastball when he goes to four-seam variety.
And as always, we remind you, if the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow and get yourself a free small order of curly fries. So on a great afternoon for baseball, we are just about ready to go here today. The Tigers have won the first 2 games of 2012, and the Boston Red Sox will make one final appearance here this afternoon. Nick Punto leads it off, and then Jacoby Ellsbury and Dustin Pedroia.
Punto's a good bunter. Cabrera and Fielder on the corners in the infield should be aware of that fact.
The former Minnesota Twin wearing Boston colors these days. Punto getting his first at bat of the season. He looks at a strike, and we are underway this afternoon. In tight at third base, Cabrera. In case of the possible bunt, the 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the temperature right now is 58 degrees. We expect it to get into the 60s before the afternoon is over.
That would be lovely.
I will definitely take that. 1-1 is fouled off. 1-2 on Punto. Well, what do you think about the start so far this year, Rod? Awfully good. Tigers have won 2 straight.
Couple of sellouts. The big boys have both played long ball. Avila has been tremendous. Real nice start by Pfister yesterday before leaving with an injury. And of course, Verlander was Verlander on opening day.
He was that. And Fielder was Fielder yesterday, that's for sure. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nick Punto. Max Scherzer, a 15-game winner last year for the Tigers. Went out there just about every 5th day. 33 starts on the season. 1-2 is sliced to short and caught on a line by Peralta.
You know, Johnny Peralta is anchored at shortstop. Let's take a peek at the remainder of the Tigers defense. It's presented by Beaumont Health System. Dirks in left, Jackson in center, Brent Bosch is in right. Cabrera, he's at third. Rayburn on the other side of the bag at second. Prince Fielders at first, and Alex Avila behind the plate.
Here is Jacoby Ellsbury, the Boston center fielder, 0 for 7 to start the year, looking for his first hit of 2012. And he shows bunt, strike 1.
Ellsbury led off the first couple of games here at Comerica Park, but with Boston offensively not performing in the first 2 days, Ellsbury finds himself batting second today. You see Cabrera, he's drawn into the cut of the grass. Ellsbury with really good speed.
Make it 0-2 on Ellsbury. Well, this is a Boston team offensively that you figure will get it going, but some of their notables off to a slow start.
Yes, they are, but those guys have some pretty good numbers on the backs of their bubblegum cards, and that would be Ellsbury and Youkilis. They will get it going, no doubt.
Scherzer ahead of the count, 0-2 on Jacoby Ellsbury. And he missed outside, 1-2. Ellsbury last year finishing second to Justin Verlander in the MVP voting. A marvelous season last year for Ellsbury.
Comeback player of the year in the American League.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And with the Red Sox 0-2, Rod, you get the feeling that maybe they're starting to think, uh-oh, hopefully it's not a repeat of last year's start where they lost their first 6 and they started the season 2-10 before they really rebounded. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. First strikeout for Scherzer. 2 gone.
Good four-seam fastball by Max. 94 miles an hour right down the middle. He did not want to run the count to 3-2, and Ellsbury could not catch up to it. You're absolutely right when talking about the Boston Red Sox, and they need to win a game or two because they have one of the tougher schedules of anybody in the American League to start the season. They play some really good teams.
Here is Dustin Pedroia. Well, on top of that, it seems like wins and losses at the beginning of the year are really magnified, especially an opening day win or an opening day loss. You remember a couple of years ago the Tigers really struggled out of the gate in 2008, and that lingered for a while. There's a strike called, 0-2. New man at the helm this year, Bobby Valentine. Big league time, of course, with a couple of other teams, Mets, Texas, and also some time in Japan managing.
About 7 years in Japan.
Pulled to left field, base hit, an 0-2 single for Dustin Pedroia. First base hit of the game for the Red Sox.
Not bad location on that 0-2 offering to Pedroia, but Pedroia, outstanding hand-eye coordination, reaches out and takes an off-speed pitch and hits it back to left center field for a solid single.
So that keeps the inning going for perhaps their best overall hitter, Adrian Gonzalez, who is 3 for 7 to start this new year. And he fouls it back out of play. Now, there are some guys, when you look at their numbers, you know they can hit. And there are other guys, when they step in the batter's box, they just look like they can hit. And this is one of those guys.
And really, last year in 159 games in his first tour of duty in the junior circuit, had no problem whatsoever.
Some marvelous years with the San Diego Padres. I would think, though, that Fenway, I mean, if you're coming to the American League, Fenway might be a good ballpark for you to have as your home ballpark.
Especially a guy like Gonzalez, who has that tailor-made inside-out swing. He loves to drive the ball the opposite way. He had a lot of doubles last year at Fenway Park, and he had a huge batting average, finished second to Cabrera for the batting title.
Here's the 0-1. High fly ball left field. Andy Dirks cruising over. And Matt Scherzer pitches through his first inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Here come the Tigers in the bottom of the first. Happy Easter to all of you tuning in today. Tigers and Red Sox head to the bottom of the first, and here is the Tigers starting lineup today. It's presented by our friends at Big Boy. Austin Jackson, Brennan Bosch, Miguel Cabrera anchor the top. Prince Fielder is in the middle along with Delman Young. Delman the DH today, followed by Avila, Peralta, Dirks, and Rayburn, your bottom three here this afternoon. Clay Buchholz is on the mound for the Boston Red Sox, and their starting pitcher today presented by Fox Auto Group.
They really could have used the Buchholz last year as they crumbled down the stretch. He only made 14 starts due to a back injury, but a couple of years ago he was one of the best right-handers in the league at 17-7 with a 2.33 earned run average and made his first All-Star team.
And so he will face Jackson, Bosch, and Cabrera here in the Tigers' half of the first inning.
He's got a fastball anywhere from 90 to 95 miles an hour. He's got a really good curveball, an exceptional changeup, and he's also added a cut fastball.
An awfully impressive arsenal. And before the game today, as the Tigers do every day, they have the opposing pitcher on one of the monitors in the clubhouse, and they're able to look at Buchholz, and boy, he was throwing everything. And what we were able to see today, very good breaking ball. The 0-1. Make it 0-2 on Jackson.
Buchholz is one of those guys who is not afraid, even though right-handed, he will throw changeups to right-handed batters, which is usually a no-no in the major leagues. You don't usually like to throw changeups to right-handers, but he's not afraid, and he's fearless with his.
27 years of age, out of Nederland, Texas. The 0-2 fouled back. Well, a good start for Austin Jackson, 4 for 8 this year. Of course, he had that big opening day in which he had a couple of singles, a triple.
Looks really comfortable in the batter's box.
And that will certainly be a key for the Tigers all season long. As he stays alive against Buchholz.
That is a really good pitch he just fouled off. If you're a pitcher and you make this pitch, you expect to get a strikeout. But Jackson able to spoil this 0-2 offering. Nice job.
That's pulled fair down the left field line. Looks like extra bases for Jackson. He's off to the races. He's on his way to second with a stand-up double. And the red-hot start continues for Jackson.
I just brought up the fact that Buchholz not afraid to throw his changeup to right-handed batters. Here's a changeup, but it's right in Jackson's happy zone. It stays up. It's at 80 miles an hour. Jackson's able to turn on it, and now he's standing on second base with a stand-up double.
Early scoring opportunity for the Tigers. That'll bring up Brennan Bosch. And this is a key early season at bat for Bosch. He is off to an 0 for 9 start. At the very least, he'd like to get Jackson to third base. And he takes ball 1 outside.
Although I don't think Jackson will do it in this situation. As a matter of fact, I will be shocked if he tries to steal third base in this situation. But that's one part of his game as far as his base running is concerned that he should improve on this year. Stealing third base.
Little bluff and nobody back there to take a throw. Jackson went in awkwardly. Little slip at second base as he went back in standing up. Leadoff 2-base hit. Tigers batting in the bottom of the first. And the 1-0. Way outside 2-0. You talk about Jackson stealing third base, Rod, trying to do that a little bit more this year. Do you think in the back of Jim Leland's mind he might be hesitant to do that because of the lumber he has behind Jackson?
I think he'll be hesitant as far as stealing second base is concerned, but usually when you steal third base, it's on the player. If you've got some instincts, usually the steal of third base doesn't come from the dugout.
Meanwhile, it's 2-0 on Bosch. And 3 balls and no strikes. Rocky start for Buchholz, especially when you consider what's lurking.
In case you're wondering how many attempts Jackson has had in his career of trying to steal third base, he has 3, and he's been successful once.
Buchholz ready with the 3-0 pitch. Here it is. The outer edge is strike. 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Not a whole lot Bosch can do with this pitch, even if he was swinging 3 balls, no strikes.
Buchholz last year was 6-3 in the 14 starts that we talked about, but missed the majority of the season with a fracture in his spine last year. Put him on the DL in June. And Luke back out of play.
Another changeup Buchholz loves his changeup. He will throw a lot of them today. But why not when you have as good a changeup as he does?
Buchholz as well has been very good on the road. In fact, since 2009, he is 19-7 away from Fenway Park, which is the best winning percentage on the road in that span. And he's trying to pitch his team to a victory here today and avoid the sweep. Here's the 3-2. Bosch loops one in the air toward left center field. Jackson racing back to tag up, and he's going to try and get there. Here comes the relay throw, and he's saved at third base.
Love it. It's a good read by Jackson, but I thought he got back to the bag late. I didn't think he was going to challenge McDonald, but he did anyway. It was a nice relay there from Aviles, the shortstop, but Jackson just under the tag of Nick Punto.
So put Jackson in third with one out, bring up Cabrera. A couple of home runs in yesterday's game. He's knocked in 3 so far in the series.
The right side of the infield, Pedroia and also Gonzalez, they started at their regular positions before timeout was called, and then they charged as the ball was about to be delivered by Buchholz.
This is something Jim Leland talked about the other day. He said Bobby Valentine loves to crash his infield. As you mentioned, you start him back and you bring him in, and that's what they're doing now.
He's going to get one of them hurt with Cabrera in that pitcher's box.
It's one thing to do it with maybe a slap hitter, but with these two guys coming up, it's awfully dangerous.
That's right.
But Pedroia is backing up. Gonzalez backing up. We'll see if they crash again. They don't dare do it on the left side of the infield.
That is not bothering Cabrera one bit.
Ground ball, base hit right field. He found a hole. Jackson scores. And it's 1-0 Tigers.
It's one of the reasons why this guy is a perennial 100 RBI guy. It's a fastball up. It's a hair off the plate. But he knows when he can expand the strike zone. And he also knows when he's not trying to do too much. Simply a ground ball the opposite way between first and second would get that run home.
So the Tigers, for the third straight game of this series, score first. And Cabrera has 4 RBIs. Here's Prince. Missed it inside. Fielder last year hit 38 home runs. He needs 1 hit to reach 1,000 in his major league career, and maybe he'll get it right here. A very methodical start for Buchholz. Been very deliberate here in the first inning. It started with a double by Jackson. Big rip there by Prince. He fouled it straight back.
When you start talking about Cabrera, you start talking about one of the best hitters of all time. First 9 years in the major leagues, 8 years, 25 homers, 100 RBIs, and a .290 batting average. Look at the guys on that list.
Yeah, it's only Gehrig and Babe Ruth, Pujols. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fielder 2 homers yesterday. His 23rd multi-homer game in his career.
His second homer was a laser,
wasn't it?
Lightning quick bat. Usually big guys don't have that kind of quickness in their bat. They're strong, but not that kind of quickness.
Ground ball right side. It's through. Base hit out of the reach of Pedroia. Cabrera goes to second and stops there, and Fielder has himself a base hit, and that's number 1,000 in his career.
Where Buchholz made his mistake is on the previous pitch he threw a curveball to Prince Fielder, and then he tried to come back with that same breaking ball. And Prince, what good two-strike hitters will do, slowed down, let the ball travel, and found that seam on the right side of the infield.
Meanwhile, Fielder now getting a standing ovation. They've just announced that's his 1,000th big league hit. They're on their feet for Prince. Boy, it's great to see him get off to a really good start. And the fans have appreciated it.
44,710 fans were here at Comerica Park yesterday. The second game of the year, which is unheard of for any team to have a sellout on your second game of the year.
Amazing indeed. They are all excited about the Tigers' chances this year. And they should be with the start they've gotten off to. Still only one out of the inning, and here is Delman Young. Delman the DH today for the Tigers. Swing and a miss, 0-1 on Young. 2 for 8 to start the new year for Delman. Jim Leland saying before the game today, giving Delman a day off as the DH and getting Dirks in there. And Jim again reiterated, I'm going to play them all this year. I'm trying to get everybody as much playing time as I can at the start of the season. Here's the 0-1. Driven to left, but he got out in front of it.
If you're a platoon player, you love playing for a guy like Jim because you go through spring training and you're getting a lot of regular reps every single day during the course of spring. And then there's some managers, once the season starts, they've got their set lineup. They don't play the regular players, the platoon players. Then when you call on them, they're not fresh.
And I think that really made a difference down the stretch last year for the Tigers. Don Kelly had some really big games down the stretch, and perhaps that was because he got a lot of opportunities throughout the course of the year. It's a whistle foul back out of play.
Tigers already in this first inning have had some quality at bats against Buchholz.
Well, they beat up on a really good pitcher yesterday in Josh Beckett, and they've gotten off to a 1-0 lead here, threatening for more against Clay Buchholz. And again, the 0-2. Fouled away. So Buchholz's pitch count continues to climb here in this first inning. He still has retired only one batter. He checked it, but he went. Called out on strikes by Dan Iasonia.
While we have a moment, let's set the Boston defensively for you. It's presented by Tim Hortons. In the outfield, Darnell McDonald making his first start of the year. You've got Ellsbury in center. Sweeney started all 3 games in right. Punto, Aviles, Pedroia, Adrian Gonzalez, round out the infield, and Kelly Shopik also getting his first start of the year.
Here's Alex Avila. Hit 19 home runs last year, hit his first of the season yesterday, an opposite field shot against Josh Beckett. And he's off to a nice start. Tigers have the big guys on the bases right now, Cabrera and Fielder. Ball 1. Four for 8 for Alex Avila to start the year. He'll get his first day off on Tuesday when Tampa comes to town. Jim Leland saying Gerald Laird will catch that game. And that will be one of the missions this year, is to make sure that Avila remains a little bit more fresh toward the end of the season, more so than he was last year.
And that means Avila will get back-to-back days off because tomorrow's a scheduled off day.
Ball high, 2-0.
Rookie phenom Matt Moore will be starting that game for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, really, just about anybody you face in that Tampa rotation is going to be a good pitcher. And they'll come in for 3. 2-0. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes, and the struggles continue for Clay Buchholz. And the 3-0. 3-1. Avila's home run yesterday was to the opposite field variety against Beckett.
If I'm not mistaken, all 4 of his hits this season have been the opposite way already.
And the 3-1. He lost it, ball 4.
Here's one of the reasons why Avila has been so good this year. Look at his hands. He leads with his hands. You see the bat lagging, and that allows him to drive the ball the opposite way with authority. He played long ball yesterday. He doubled in the opener, and he's also fought off a couple of balls the other way. That is something you just can't teach.
Meanwhile, Johnny Peralta stands in now with the bases loaded for Detroit as they threaten to bust it open again here in the first inning today. Johnny last year was 9 for 16 with the bases loaded. It's over 350 career.
Let's go. Woo!
Fouled off at home plate. No balls, 2 strikes. Johnny off to a nice start this year. 4 for his first 7. Played his first All-Star game last year with the Tigers. And you hardly even know he's around. I mean, he just blends into the clubhouse. He goes about his business, doesn't say too much.
Always, he's got a smile on his face. Loves being a Tiger.
And the 0-2. Driven high in the air, deep left center field. Ellsbury in the run, still going back, reaches off his glove and up against the wall. 3 runs will score, and Johnny Peralta has made it a 4-0 game.
Jackson beat him with a changeup, and that's another changeup to Peralta. He went down, he got it, he clobbered it. Ellsbury, he ran a long way to get there off the tip of the glove, and when it's all said and done, all 3 runs come home, and Peralta standing on second base, which should be a double.
That is the second time in this series that Ellsbury has had a ball pop out of his glove. He ran a long way to try and get that one. 3-run double for Johnny Peralta.
Made a couple of mistakes. Really, that wasn't a mistake, but it was a changeup. And a lot of times right-handers just really feast on changeups from right-handed batters. Right-handed pitchers, excuse me.
First 3 RBIs of the year for Peralta. Dirks shoots one in the air toward left. It's playable for Darnell McDonald. And that is that for Detroit, but a big inning. They sent 8 men to the plate and scored 4 times. by Comerica Bank. Strength and stability since 1849. Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And by Spartan Stores. For your neighborhood Spartan Stores, go to TurvisSpartan.com. By the way, this game today is available in high definition on Fox Sports Detroit HD, sponsored by Xfinity from Comcast. Good start for the Tigers today. They lead 4-0. And Max Scherzer, with a nice little cushion to work with, goes back to work in the second.
They've got the shift on. You see Peralta, he's over here. And then you have Rayburn, he's in the hole there with Big Papi. We've seen that in the past.
You mean Slim Papi? He had really slimmed down.
He dropped about 20 pounds, I heard someone say.
2 out of 6 in the series, has a double.
He can still rake, though. 29 homers last year, 96 driven in. He's been the best DH in the American League for a number of years.
Yeah, and he has won the awards to prove it. 6 times the DH of the year in the American League. It's called the Edgar Martinez Award. 1 and 2 on Big Papi. 4 for 6 though against Max with 2 long balls. Scherzer went first pitch strikes on all 4 of the batters he faced in the first inning. Missed it low there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This Boston offense is still missing Carl Crawford, but they still have plenty of firepower. Euclid getting the day off today as well. Ball outside, 3-2. '29 home runs last year for Ortiz. 96 RBIs. Here's the 3-2. Back out of play. You may remember Ortiz started his career in the big leagues with the Minnesota Twins and was released by Minnesota following the 0-2 season. He has really taken off with the Red Sox. Pulls that one on the ground and is able to beat the shift.
Yes, he did.
How'd he do that?
That ball was whistled through the infield.
Second hit of the game for the Red Sox.
Hit extremely hard right to the left of Peralta, only a couple of feet, but the ball was by him before he moved.
That'll bring up Darnell McDonald. He's getting the start at left this afternoon for Bobby Valentine. Showing bunt, ball 1.
Last few years, Darnell McDonald has been a nice platoon player for the Boston Red Sox. He can play all 3 outfield positions and will show you some occasional power.
Well, he had a really good spring. 447 this spring. Outside, 2-0. Max gave up a single to Pedroia in the first, and now a base hit to Ortiz to start the second. Three balls, no strikes.
After your team has staked you to a 4-run lead in the first inning, the worst thing that you can do here if you're Max is open the door for the Boston Red Sox to get back in this game by scoring a run or 2 here in the second.
There's the strike call. Would you say of the Tiger starters over the past couple of years, Rod, maybe Max had the most difficulty in finding consistency and repeating his motion to the plate?
Absolutely. And it's something that they really can't fix. I mean, Max is just who he is. There is some violence in his delivery when he's in the windup.
There's a strike, 3-2.
And from the arm slot that he throws from, it's a low 3/4 arm slot. Sometimes it's tough to be consistent with that arm slot. But when he is consistent, he's a really good right-handed pitcher.
thought that one was a little bit high.
It's about as high as you can go, but he was given a strike by Dan Iasonia.
And that one is out of the strike zone, ball 4. So the Red Sox threatening now here in the second.
Hey, you can see the Tigers battle the Rays this Tuesday through Thursday at 1:05 p.m. and enjoy the Super Spring Special. $16 mezzanine seats are $10 and $24 for upper box seats, only $12. Call 866-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
So with nobody out and 2 men on, here is Ryan Sweeney, the number 7 hitter for the Red Sox. 4 out of 7 in the series, had that big triple on opening day. They came against Valverde in the 9th inning that tied the game, and it looked like the Red Sox were going to spoil opening day for the fans. The Tigers came back, had a run in the bottom of the 9th. Everybody went home happy. Here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2 now on Sweeney. Former Oakland Athletic. In fact, each of the last 4 years on the opening day roster with the Athletics.
Here's where you might want to climb the ladder on Sweeney. Elevate the fastball in the mid-90s. It's the pitch that he has difficulty catching up with.
Popped him up. Foul ground. Cabrera coming toward the railing. Has room. One gone.
It's a nice job here by Alex Avila, who has become a really good leader behind the plate. He knew that Sweeney would have a difficult time catching up to that piece of cheese. It's at 96 around the letters. He can't get around on it, and he pops up to third base.
And aside from the one ball that got by Cabrera on opening day, Miguel has played a really good third base. Had a fine day yesterday.
He made a lot of plays in the game yesterday, most of them routine variety.
I'm going to get back on a play.
But nonetheless, he made the plays.
Yeah, but going forward, Rod, isn't that what you want to see him do? Just make the routine plays?
Absolutely.
A couple of balls yesterday were hit pretty hard, but still, for a big league third baseman, routine play.
He's still trying to get comfortable over there again.
You know, I felt the one thing about Cabrera in this whole move back to third base that is in his favor is the fact that he was willing to do it from day one. And sometimes, especially superstars, you know, aren't really comfortable with going to some place they're not too comfortable with.
Well, he knew that he had someone in his corner in Rafael Belliard, who handles the infielders and who has been very good in handling that role with the Tigers since he's been on the staff. And if anyone could get Cabrera comfortable at third base again, it would be Rafael Belliard. He had a marvelous career as a middle infielder, primarily a shortstop, known for his glove.
Yeah, that was his calling card.
His nickname was Pac-Man. Gobbled up everything.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Mike Aviles. In the air, center field. Jackson on his horse, still going back. This ball is over his head, and it's up against the wall. It looks like it'll get 2 runs in, and it will. It's a double and 2 RBIs for Mike Aviles.
Boston right back in this game. Well, if Jackson can't run it down, and there's not many center fielders in baseball that can run it down.
That ball seemed to carry really well.
It did.
I mean, off the bat, I thought Jackson had a pretty good shot to get there. But as you say, the Red Sox are right back in it now. 4-2 ball games. Here's Kelly Shopik. Ball 1 to Shopik. Pinch hit, single in the 9th inning of yesterday's game. His only at bat so far this year. Shopik returning to Boston. The organization he got to the big leagues with. And he's hit by the pitch. Barely. Shot that kind of turned his body a little bit and took one there.
It's a breaking ball that backs up on Max. We talked about Max on occasion. We'll get to that low quarter, 3/4 arm slot, and it doesn't get on top of the breaking ball. Therefore, it just kind of stays in the strike zone and stayed up.
So here is a visit from Jeff Jones, the Tigers pitching coach.
And Shopik didn't make a huge effort trying to get out of the way of that breaking ball.
But isn't that one of those as a hitter where you see, it's a breaking ball and you're not really too much in a hurry to get out of the way?
But you're also expecting the ball to break away from you too when you do see that ball breaking.
So not quite the shutdown inning that Scherzer was hoping for after his teammates got him 4. Here's the top of the order, Nick Punto. He lined out his first time up to start the ball game. How many times do we see Punto over the years make great play after great play against the Tigers as a member of the Minnesota Twins? He pops this one up left side of the infield. Infield fly rule. Peralta hauls it in. 2 gone. However, one more very big bat to get, and that would be Ellsbury. Jacoby is 0 for 8 to start the year. Scherzer struck him out in the first. First pitch in for a strike.
First pitch changeup.
Max has done a really good job of getting ahead of Boston hitters today. 9 for 11 in first pitch strikes. One ball, one strike. Did you color your Easter eggs today?
No, I didn't.
No.
It's been a while since I've colored Easter eggs.
Your kids are grown.
Used to love to do that, though.
Here's the 1-1. 1-2 now on Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury last year led the majors in total bases and extra base hits in part of what was a career season for him. Scherzer and Avila trying to figure out how to get him out here. Good stop there by Avila. 2-2.
That's a fastball that Avila was able to get over in front of and somehow not only block but caught it cleanly after it bounced in front of home plate.
Scherzer is about to throw his 30th pitch this inning. And he missed with it. Buchholz needed 30 pitches to get through the first, and now Scherzer has gone that deep here in the second.
The Boston offense not as patient as the New York Yankees per se, but they will take their walks. They will make you throw the ball over the heart of the plate.
Mike Aviles was not biting on that move at second base. He's at second, and Shopik is at first. 2 runs in for the Red Sox. Tigers raced out to a 4-0 lead. And the 3-2. Runners going, and it's fouled back out of play.
Well, you talked about the fact that Ellsbury had 200 hits last year and had an outstanding comeback season. Adrian Gonzalez also over 200 hits. First pair of teammates since 1936 to each have 210 plus hits. Wow.
He lost in ball 4, and Scherzer's struggles continue here in the second. Now the bases are loaded for Dustin Pedroia. 2 walks, a hit batter, and a 2-run double in this inning. Red Sox a base hit away from tying this one up, and there is some activity now in the Detroit bullpen. That is Colin Ballister. The only 2 Tiger relievers that have not yet appeared in a game this year are Schlereth and Ballister.
Be careful here if you decide to throw Pedroia a first pitch fastball. And that's why he started him off with a slider.
And it took a good block from Avila. 1-0. Avilas, Shopik, and Ellsbury, your base runners. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. They list Dustin Pedroia at 5'9", 180. One of those guys that gets the most out of his physical ability. Won an MVP a couple of years ago in 08. Ooh, another good play by Avila, who had to go down and backhand that ball.
Alex very busy behind the dish already in this game, especially in the second inning.
Now the 2-1. Ooh, he had a rip. He almost came out of his shoes.
That ball was up around his neck too. In the mid-90s, there's not many guys that can catch up to this heater. But Dustin Pedroia sure tried to get on top of it.
Boy, he helped Max out there. Now it's 2-2 instead of 3-1.
Max is going to have to make a quality pitch. And even though Pedroia takes a big cut, he doesn't strike out all that often.
Now the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 96 miles an hour. There's your quality pitch. They will leave him loaded. Red Sox, however, get 2. Advantage brings you the scouting report on Clay Buchholz. And as we look at Clay's numbers right here at Comerica Park, they're a little bit bumpy.
Yes, they are elevated numbers. You talked about the fact that throughout his career, he's been pretty good away from Fenway Park, but not good in this yard.
Get the Bernstein Advantage. We go to bat for you. What a great day here in the Motor City. Happy Easter as the Tigers take on the Red Sox, trying to sweep them here. Here come the Tigers in the second. It'll be Ryan Rayburn to lead it off against Buchholz. Strike one on Rayburn. A 30-pitch first inning for Clay Buchholz. By the way, Scherzer ended up throwing 37 pitches in that second. Now the 0-1. Rayburn, then Jackson, then Bosch for Detroit. Ryan getting the start at second base today. Here's the 1-1 pitch. 1-2.
Buchholz made a couple of mistakes to a couple of right-handed batters in that first inning. An 0-2 changeup to Jackson. And he also was ahead of Peralta with 2 strikes before throwing him a changeup, and Peralta drove in 3. I don't expect him to throw many more changeups with 2 strikes to the right-handers today. He's going to find a different pitch.
Ooh, hit him. Rayburn will take his base. He was behind in the count 1-2, and Buchholz nailed him.
It's a curveball right off the left hamstring. Wouldn't be totally shocked here today to see some activity on the base paths. Jim knows that it's tough to sweep a big league team, and he knows the Boston Red Sox have come to play today. And we might see a little hitting and running here today with Jackson and Rayburn.
And Jackson continues his hot start. He had a double and scored in the first. Boston now 5 for 9 so far this year.
The biggest key with Jackson not using the leg kick this year is the fact that his head stays still. He just kind of slides that front foot across the dirt. He gets it down. He's got really good balance. And when you keep your head still and you have really good balance, that allows your hands to work for you efficiently.
Jackson had that high leg kick prior to the tweaks that Lloyd McClendon made with him. How difficult is it not to maybe leak back into your old habits?
He did a really nice job in spring training of not leaking back into those habits, but you never know what happens once the games speed up during the regular season. A time where he kind of reverts back to that leg kick, but by and large, he's been pretty good.
Game-winning hit in the 9th inning on opening day. It was his first walk-off hit. The 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Jackson really didn't have difficulty with that leg kick when pitchers were in the windup last year. But when pitchers were in the stretch, runners on first and second, and they would be throwing over to first base, and they would be varying their times and deliveries toward home plate, that's when he had difficulty with his leg kick. Not when they were in the stretch.
That just upset his
the windup. It just upset his timing, and he just couldn't get it going. He made a phone call to Lloyd McClendon in the offseason. Jackson came to Detroit a week before the caravan, the Tigers caravan, and they worked down in the cages, and they figured out some things.
Meanwhile, Buchholz falling behind again now, 2-1.
Well, what Buchholz has done is he's kind of forced and backed Bobby Valentine, his manager, into a corner. Should the Tigers want to put the hit and run sign on, Bobby Valentine more than likely will not pitch out.
Bosch waiting on deck. Let's see if it's in the cards here. 2-1 count. Runner goes. And a ground ball left side in the hole on the backhand. Aviles long throw. Not in time to third base. Rayburn is in there. The ball gets by but backed up. And the Tigers in business again here in the second.
The hit and run was on, and your job as a hitter is just to put the ball in play, which Jackson does. Aviles, the shortstop, made a really nice play. Only a couple of guys could beat this play out. One of them is Jackson. But how about the base running by Ryan Rayburn? That's one of the things Jim Leland has preached to his team. We don't have a lot of speed, but we can be very aggressive in running the bases.
Well, you're not kidding. That was a great play by Aviles. And his throw was on the money, but Rayburn just never stopped running.
Heads up play by Ryan Rayburn. The play was right in front of him, and he knew it would take a perfect throw from Gonzalez, the first baseman, over to Punto at third to get him out.
So an infield hit for Jackson. He's 2 for 2. Here's Bosch. Oh, 1 on Brennan.
And as I pointed out to you, by putting that hit and run on, Buckles had put Bobby Valentine, his manager, in a very difficult situation. He couldn't pitch out.
Bosch 0 for 1, flied out back in the first. Into the glove for strike 2.
And Brennan just needs a base hit at some point in time. But at this point in time, he'll take an RBI on a sacrifice fly. You don't want to get off to too slow of a start. And when everybody else is hitting, you don't want it magnified. He's a quality big league player. He's going to have a great year. But he would love to get that first hit out of the way.
And it doesn't have to be a screaming line drive either.
Anything.
Bosch now is 0 for 10 in this 3-game series. Behind in the count 0-2. And he got him, strike 3. Buchholz picks up his second strikeout.
Fastball right down the middle, and Brennan may have gotten caught there with 2 strikes looking for something else. One thing that we have seen with Cabrera in the first couple of games of the year, with Fielder batting behind him, he's getting a lot more fastballs, and expect him to get a lot more fastballs this year.
Cabrera looks at ball 1.
Also, the guy that Fielder was protecting last year, Ryan Braun, the National League MVP, saw his fair share of fastballs.
He didn't miss too many of them either, did
Sure
he?
didn't. I wouldn't be afraid to let Jackson steal second base here. If they decide to walk Cabrera, you've got Fielder behind him. But in years past, you wouldn't allow Jackson to steal because you wouldn't want to take the bat out of your slugger's hands.
Buchholz has thrown 43 pitches already in this game. Only 1 out here in the second, 2 men on. Cabrera singled in a run the opposite field his first time up. And he pulls one foul on the ground, third base side. Well, the only guy better with men in scoring position last year was his teammate Victor Martinez. And I know you brought this up a couple of times, Rob, but we shouldn't forget really what Victor did last year.
He was money. He walked a lot. He was an outstanding 2-strike hitter. Hit from both sides. Not a lot of power, but he did a lot of damage. Drove in over 100 runs.
Good stop by Shapik. Holding the runners where they are. 2 balls, 1 strike. Four RBIs already for Cabrera this year. He's zeroing in on a mile marker, 21 homers, and he'll get to 300 in his career. Tigers raced out to a 4-0 lead. Red Sox answered with 2 in the second. Driven to center field on a line. Ellsbury diving play. Runner will tag and score as Rayburn comes in. Give another RBI to Cabrera.
I don't think there's another guy in the game that has the kind of, that stands 6'5", 250 pounds, that is as quiet in the batter's box as Fielder. Cabrera. He doesn't take a big swing, and he's a big guy. Tremendous hand-eye coordination.
So the Tigers extend the lead as Rayburn comes in to score. 5-2 ball game, and here is Prince Fielder. Breaking ball drops in for strike one. Fielder had a single, scored a run in the first. And the 0-1. High towering fly ball, shallow left center. Ellsbury coming over. Back up a little bit, and that will end the inning. Tigers get a run back, though. We played 2 at Comerica. Now 5-2 Detroit. Of the Tigers. Time now for the Farmers Insurance report card. How about we do a little comparison here, Rob, between Papa Cecil Fielder and Prince Fielder?
How about that? 232 home runs for both of the guys through their first 1,000 games in the major leagues.
Dead even, huh?
Dead even.
708 RBIs for Cecil, 659 for Prince. See the other numbers there. Max Scherzer back to work. It's Gonzalez leading it off. He'll be followed by David Ortiz and then Darnell McDonald.
Prince doesn't remember this, but I played 3 years over in Japan, and Cecil played 1 year in Japan before coming back to the major leagues. But I used to go over to their house for dinner every now and then when we would go to Cecil's team.
Oh, so you played at the same time in Japan?
Same time. Cecil played 1 year there. I was there at the same time the first year and spent 2 more years there. Prince was just a baby boy then.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Whistled foul.
As you can imagine, we ate good over Big Cecil's house. Think we didn't? Huh?
What'd you usually have? Do you
Probably
remember?
some steak and that Kobe beef.
All you can eat.
You know
A
it.
big old buffet going.
Yes, indeed.
2-2 on Adrian Gonzalez. Whistled into right field, base hit.
He's got a great swing. Foul line to foul line. He can go down and get it, or he can climb the ladder and get it. Good two-strike hitter. Nice player.
It's his fourth hit so far in this series. Leadoff man is on for the Red Sox.
Boston's not going to go quietly. Look how he climbs the ladder and gets on top of that. A pitch from Scherzer. Low balls, I mean, left-handers love the ball down. He went up and got that one.
Here's David Ortiz. David had a single against the shift his first time up. Strike one from Scherzer.
Scherzer talked about the two-seam fastball at length. During the course of spring training, he and Jeff Jones, the pitching coach, worked on that pitch. And the reason why he worked on it for situations just like this, to get a guy like Big Papi to pound the ball into the dirt, to get the ground ball double play to get out of a jam.
That's a rocket into left center field. That looks like trouble. It gets all the way to the wall.
Nothing ground ball about that.
Gonzalez rounding third. He'll come home and he will beat the throw. It's a double and an RBI for David Ortiz. And that thing absolutely shot off his bat. He's 2 for 2.
David Ortiz lost 20 pounds in the offseason, but he still has a quick bat. He still has a lot of power. And he has hit 2 missiles off of Max Scherzer so far in this game today.
That sounded loud. Scoring Gonzalez all the way from first base. How about David Ortiz? Career against Max Scherzer now 6 for 8. Nemesis. McDonald fouls it off right into the glove of Avila. 5-3 ball game. Darnell walked, scored a run back in the second. Scherzer was hoping for a quick inning, considering the fact that he threw 37 pitches in the second inning alone. One and one. One ball, 2 strikes. Darnell McDonald was pretty big for the Red Sox last year. He hit 382 in the month of September. Of course, however, it was September where the Red Sox lost it. They had a huge lead for a playoff spot going into the final month and really struggled. Only won 7 games in September, which culminated in, Rod, what I would say is still the greatest final day in baseball history.
Unbelievable.
The way the Rays came back to win their game. Boston faltered late in their game. Rays got into the playoffs. It was an amazing day. That was just in the American League.
You had the St. Louis Cardinals who had won their game, and were watching the Atlanta Braves a loss on television, and they celebrated.
Three and two. And he got it. Big strikeout for Max. One gone. Time for a game break now. We go back to the studio, and here's Mickey York. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Mickey. It's been quite a start for the Indians and Blue Jays. Would they go opening day? Was it 16?
16, I believe.
Wow.
12 yesterday.
Right. Better than us. One strike on Ryan Sweeney.
Heard some really good things about that Blue Jays team coming out of spring training. They're in a tough division, arguably, but a lot of people feel like they will be heard from this year.
Bouncing ball right side. Rayburn has to go off his glove. They'll stop Ortiz at third base. Sweeney is on.
About 4 or 5 steps to the right for Ryan Rayburn. If he catches this ball cleanly, he probably has a play on Sweeney running down the line.
So that'll bring up Aviles. Two-run double in the second after the Tigers jumped out to a 4-0 edge. And he rips one to left field, and it's going to drop in front of Andy Dirks. Ortiz will score, and all of a sudden now it's a 5-4 ball game. And what a day for Aviles. 3 RBIs. Jim Leyland had Colin Ballister warming up in the second inning when Scherzer struggled, and Ballister is throwing again here in the third. Here's Kelly Shoppach. Fouled away, 0-1. Shoppach was hit by a pitch back in the second inning. Max had himself a pretty good spring, but he did struggle in his last start of spring camp. And a little of that is carried over into today's game. He's given up 4 runs on 7 hits. 0-2. Of course, the Tigers received the news yesterday that Doug Fisker is on the disabled list with a strained intercostal muscle.
What'd you say? And what is that?
It's basically his side hurts. It's a rib muscle, I suppose. I don't know.
Look at you get that word out. Did you practice that?
I did, actually, to be honest with you. And not only that, but it's getting more and more technical these days on those injury reports. There's a ball inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Max has just thrown his 70th pitch.
Well, one of the reasons why Jim is displaying some patience today with Max is the fact that Fister did leave that game in the 4th inning yesterday, and he had to use his bullpen, although they weren't stressed.
Thanks to the job that Belo did. I mean, that really could have gone south quickly, but Dwayne came in and without having a chance to warm up in the bullpen, warmed up on the mound and really did a nice job.
It's one of the reasons why Belo almost made the team out of spring training.
Oh, he hit him again. Scherzer hits the number 9 batter twice.
Max is kind of struggling with that arm slot, especially to the arm side. And some fastballs and breaking balls. Just not finishing his pitches. And that's a fastball right in the ribs.
Shoppach's got to be thinking, what did I do?
Shoppach kind of gave him a look as to, I mean, why are you hitting me? But there's no doubt that Max is struggling with his command today, and he didn't hit Shoppach on purpose.
So they're loaded with Red Sox, only 1 out. The tying run now is at third base. Go ahead run at second base. And here is Nick Punto. Popped up back in the second, lined out to start the game. Ball 1. Well, based on pitch count alone, it's not going to be a very long day for Max Scherzer, even if he can get it turned around quickly here. Driven down the left field line, foul. 94-mile-an-hour fastball there from Max. 1-1 on Punto. The Red Sox signed him to a 2-year deal this past December. Strike called. 1-2.
Good change piece. You know what you're going to get from Nick Punto. He's a quality guy in the clubhouse. He works very hard. He has outstanding hands. Doesn't hit a whole lot, but the other three qualities are above average.
He'll also give you a guy that has been in the postseason quite a bit. In fact, 4 years, 4 different seasons in his career, including last year with the Cardinals. In the air, center field. Jackson is on the run, still coming. Runner will tag. Jackson's throw coming to the plate. It's a one-hopper, but he's safe. Avila unable to handle it. All 3 runners move up, and we are tied.
Aggressive base running by Sweeney. Jerry Royce, the third base coach, no doubt told him, let's gamble. Let's try to score that run and tie the score. Jackson came up, made a very good throw, but a short hop to Avila, and the runners going 90 feet. Jackson's going to get an error on that play. Or maybe not.
Here's Ellsbury. Ellsbury a walk and a strikeout. He fouls it away. That's 7 hits now for Boston. The Tigers have 5 hits. And what was once a 4-0 Detroit lead has disappeared. 5-5 game.
You brought it up earlier, the fact that Max has really had no difficulty getting ahead of the Boston Red Sox hitters, but really hasn't been able to put them away.
Oh, a balk has been called on Scherzer and scored another run. The wheels are falling off now. Mike Avila scores. Let's see what exactly it was.
Well, Max was asking Dan Iasonia, what did he do? And we saw Dan motion with his upper body as to Max flinched, I guess, or turned, stopped and started.
Fire! 6-5 Boston. Ball 1. 1-1. Jacoby Ellsbury.
That was a small flinch.
Wow, he called that?
Ooh, that was a small flinch.
The 1-1 pitch. I mean, he did flinch, but boy, was it ever so slight. I'm not sure how he even saw that. 1-2. The eyes of Dan Iasonia nailing Scherzer with a balk. Missed it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Red Sox have their first lead of this entire series. And Scherzer's next pitch will be his 80th. Ground ball, base hit left field. Ellsbury finds the hole, score another run as Shopping comes in.
And his last pitch of the day as well.
That's going to do it for Max Scherzer.
Perfectly placed by Ellsbury.
Wallside Windows pitching change. Scherzer done for the day in the 3rd. We'll be back. Baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Burger King, a proud sponsor of opening week baseball. Boy, we had a wild one here this afternoon at Comerica Park. Up and down we've gone.
A lot of crooked numbers on the scoreboard already.
Red Sox and Tigers have combined for 12 runs, 7-5 in Scherzer's numbers after 80 pitches.
Not pretty. 7 earnings, 2 2/3, 8 hits, couple of walks.
And he gives way to Colin Ballister, who faces Dustin Pedroia. This is the 9th man to bat in the inning. The Red Sox sent 8 men to the plate in the second frame.
Ballister's got a good fastball. It's firm. 94-97.
Ground ball, second base side. Rayburn gobbles it up. 1 pitch. Ballister does the job. The inning over. Big frame it was. A 5 spot for the BOS Sox.
Offense is capable of, so they're capable of coming back. They got it going in the first inning. It was Jackson with a double. Cabrera also had a base hit in the first inning. Prince Fielder followed with a single himself, and with the bases loaded with Johnny Peralta with a double off the glove of Ellsbury in center field to clear the bases. So don't go anywhere. The Tigers can most definitely come back in this game.
7-5 is our score as we go to the bottom of the third. Tigers have been out hit 8-5 in this game, but as Rod just mentioned, is a quick strike offense. Delman Young will lead it off against Clay Buchholz, who has been anything but crisp himself in this game. He surrendered 4 in the first, 1 in the second. Delman looks at strike 1. Young, and then Avila, and then Peralta. Two on Young. How productive was Delman after he joined the Tigers last year? Well, in 40 games he played in a Detroit uniform, and this is not even including the playoffs. He had 32 RBIs in those 40 games, hit 8 home runs. That's outside, 1 and 2.
His first at bat in a Tigers uniform was a big fly.
That's right. Forgot about that. And that was against Minnesota, wasn't it?
Yes.
1 and 2. Bouncing ball, shortstop side, gobbled up by Aviles. 1 away in the Tigers' third. Hey, by the way, you can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game presented by the McCafe Frappe. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space in the player's uniform number to 37338, or if you'd like, you can vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. See the final results postgame during Tigers Live. Here is Alex Avila, who walked and scored back in the first. That was the first ground ball out for either team today. A lot of balls been hit into the outfield and hit awfully hard. Good to see Alex getting off to a good start. 4 for 8. Ball inside, 1-1. Avila last year was actually 5th in the American League in on-base percentage. Just a little below the 400 mark, 389. And breaks inside. 2-1. Avila being very picky, and because of that, he's ahead of the count now, 3-1. Buchholz in this game has a walk and a hit batter. He walked him.
You brought this up earlier, the fact that Avila will get Tuesday off against the left-hander Matt Moore of the Tampa Bay Rays, and one of the reasons why they signed Gerald Laird is take a look at all the innings that he caught last year. Only Miguel Montero of the Diamondbacks caught more innings than Avila.
He even caught more than Yadier Molina. Here's Peralta. And that's really, when you, I guess, look back at his season last year and evaluate it, that really makes it incredible as to what he was able to do. And yes, he looked a little bit worn down in the playoffs, but boy, down the stretch, I mean, he played at a high level.
Showed you what he was made of in the postseason, where most probably wouldn't be playing. He had a bad knee, just wasn't healthy, but continued to handle the pitching staff and didn't complain about the fact that he was hurt.
1-1 on Johnny.
That would be a very effective pitch for Buchholz if he went in there a little bit more regular against right-handed batters. Good firm fastball, anywhere from 91 to 95 miles an hour.
Chase one that time out of the strike zone. 1-2. Peralta had the big hit for Detroit back in the first. A bases loaded double that knocked in 3. First 3 RBIs of the year. With Andy Dirks waiting on deck. Two and two.
Kelly Shopik behind the plate for the Boston Red Sox has a pretty good idea of the strengths and the weaknesses of Johnny Peralta. They were teammates in Cleveland for a few years.
Johnny had some really steady, very productive years in Cleveland before the Tigers acquired him in a trade.
Cleveland Indians moved him to third base in favor of Asdrubal Cabrera, and he played that position very well before coming to Detroit. He started out at third base when Brandon Inge was on the disabled list a couple of years ago. When Brandon got healthy, they just slid him back over to shortstop, his regular position.
Missed inside, and the count goes full now at 3-2. That's what makes this Tigers offense so difficult to deal with. It's guys like Peralta and Avila at the bottom end that not only get on base, but they drive in runs. Johnny hit a ball over the head of Jacoby Ellsbury his first time up to knock in 3. And he lines one to left field. That's going to get down. Foul, though. Peralta made a bid, but about 5 feet foul. And that'll send Avila back to first base. And it sounded like he broke his bat in the process.
In this at bat, Buchholz has pitched Johnny aggressively inside with fastballs.
Buchholz right now at 63 pitches himself. Told you that Max threw quite a few before departing. 80. Runner goes on 3-2 and it's fouled off.
The first 3-2 pitch to Peralta, Avila wasn't on the move, but he was on the move on that last delivery.
See what they have in store here. It'll be another 3-2 coming. Runner goes. Fouled off again. Johnny has fouled a few off. And that front foot, he's got that protective gear covering that front shin. Runner goes. That is driven again to center field. Ellsbury has a beat on this one, though, and Avila will retreat. Johnny is out, 2 gone. That's going to bring up Andy Dirks.
Came down to the ballpark yesterday and watched some batting practice before going home and then watching the game on television, and Andy Dirks was talking about just how much he was helped this offseason by playing winter ball and also playing in the Caribbean World Series. Only a week in between when he left Dominican and got down to Lakeland, Florida. He said he was in game ready shape, and there's no doubt that helped him have a very good spring and make the 25-man roster.
Well, it sure looked like it. He hit .429 this spring, which led the Grapefruit League. 24 hits in the month of March. You were mentioning that Buchholz has gotten beaten on some changeups. I talked to Dirks before the game because he came in 2 for 3 career against Buchholz. And one of those hits was a home run, and he said indeed that pitch that he hit out was a changeup last year here at Comerica Park.
He hasn't thrown that many since the first inning. He's kind of scrapped that pitch. Not that he won't get back to it, but he was hurt in the first inning on a couple of changeups to right-handed batters.
That's on the ground to the right side. Pedroia has it there. Dirks is out. So are the Tigers. No runs, a walk, 1 left. 3 innings in the books. Of Max Scherzer in the third. Here's Adrian Gonzalez to lead it off. First pitch swinging, drills one to center field. Jackson going back. He'll run it down. Hit that ball about 400 feet and got nothing for it.
Colin Ballister pitched in 2011 with the Washington Nationals. In 23 games, he lost 4 games, won 1. He's got a power arm. Averaged about a strikeout an inning.
So he has thrown 2 pitches since coming on, and he's gotten 2 outs. David Ortiz has had a big day. Single double, 2-run score, RBI. Ball 1. The shift on again defensively for Ortiz. And he shoots one to left. 3 for 3 for David Ortiz.
Ortiz is dialed in today.
It's 5 hits so far in 9 at bats this year.
Over there chopping it up with Prince Fielder. You're not the only one that could hit, big guy. That's a pretty swing there.
Whoa. Andy had to backpedal to get that one. Ball 1 to McDonald. Ballister misses away 2-0.
David Ortiz also was the recipient of the 2011 Roberto Clemente Award, presented annually to the player and recognizes positive things they do in the game of baseball.
High fly ball right field. Bosch coming under it. 2 gone. Well, time now for the Tigers scouting report, brought to you by the Three Stooges. Larry, Moe, and Curly are back in theaters Friday the 13th. Tiger bullpen, first 2 games of the series, awfully good. 2-0 record, 9 strikeouts in 6 1/3 innings.
It's one of the strengths of this 2012 club, along with many other. Valverde at the back end, Benoit. Dotel looked good yesterday. Phil Koch. We talked about Velo, and we're looking at Ballister now.
Well, your hope is obviously that you get 7, 8, even 9 innings out of your starter. But as you know, as the season goes on, that's just not realistic to get that every night.
But on days like today, very important for Ballister to keep the score exactly where it sits right now. And because the Tigers have the kind of offense that could make up a couple of runs. And so that's what he needs to concentrate on. And don't allow Boston to score anymore.
Sweeney takes it low and it's blocked by Avila. 1 out of 2 today for Ryan Sweeney. Ballister hails from Huntington Beach. He lives in Dana Point, California now. His father owned and still does a big time surf shop in Huntington Beach. Surfing was a part of his childhood and it continues to be for Colin. The 2-1 bouncing ball to short. Johnny thought about trying to get the force, nobody home, so he throws him out at first base. No runs and a hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 4th coming up. Time now for the AT&T trivia question this afternoon. Well, you saw the two big guys go off yesterday. When was the last time the Tigers had at least two players finish in the top 5 in the American League in homers? I mean, there's a real good chance that's going to happen again this year, but we'd like to know when the last time was. Off to a great start, both of them. So chew on that for a while. We'll have the answer a little bit later in the telecast. See now if the Tigers can get to Buchholz here in the 4th inning. Ryan Rayburn leads it off. They will appeal, and he wins, according to C.B. Buckner. No balls, 1 strike. Rayburn, then Jackson, then Bosch. 7 runs, 9 hits Boston. 5 runs, 5 hits Detroit. Line drive, base hit left field. Ryan Rayburn has his 2nd hit of 2012.
Really nice, short, compact swing there by Rayburn. Fastball at 91. He pulls his hands in close to his body and absolutely drills that baseball.
It'll bring up Austin Jackson. A couple of hits today for Austin. Single, double. Which makes him a cool 6 for 10 this year. Inside as he bends out of the way.
I know Jackson's swinging the bat good right now, but he's got a lot of room down at third base. Punto is about 4 or 5 steps in back of that bag. And you can get greedy here. Nobody out. Drop that bunt down third base. Get you a base hit, 1st and 2nd. Nobody out.
Line drive to left.
That's good.
Base hit. Rayburn will go to 2nd. Boy, is he swinging it or what?
Oh, my goodness.
He's 3 for 3.
It really doesn't matter what Buchholz has thrown up there today. If he's gotten too much plate, Tigers hitters have let him know.
Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. So Jackson now 3 for 3. 2 men on, and Buchholz has more trouble as they get the bullpen working. Vicente Padilla warming up. Bob McClure, the pitching coach, out to have a chat with Buchholz, who has thrown 73 pitches.
Let's take one more look at the Jackson swing here. Here's a fastball that tails down and in. You can see the foot's down. You can see the concentration here at the head. I mean, just a perfect swing. Firm front side, which is key. It does not get much better than that. And from the side, you can even get a better view. You can draw that imaginary line right down the center of the body. And if you can look at that through the swing, you're on to something, whether you're hitting from the left side or the right side.
So here is Bosch with nobody out, 2 men on. And yet another opportunity for Brennan. He was up there in the 2nd inning with 2 men on, nobody out.
Bob McClure. That's a familiar name. He spent the last number of years as the pitching coach for the Kansas City Royals.
Now a member of Bobby Valentine's staff here in Boston, or with Boston. Here's the 1-0. Pulled on the ground to right field, base hit. They're going to wave him around. Here comes Rayburn. He's going to score. Throw coming to third base. Not in time. Boy, did Bosch need that. It's an RBI single. And it's 7-6.
It's a changeup that was down away from Bosch, but Bosch has those long arms and was able to reach out and hit that ball solidly into right field. Good break off second base by Ryan Rayburn, and aggressive base running by Austin Jackson as well to get himself over to third.
He was 0 for 11 prior to that base hit, his first of the season, and it knocks in a run. Now here is Cabrera with runners at first and third, nobody out. Ground ball left side. Punto has it at third. The second one relay in time. The double play, but Jackson will score to tie the game. No RBI for Cabrera. So back and forth we go. All tied up again. Here's Fielder now with the bases empty. Ball one inside as he skips in there. 14 runs on 17 hits between the two teams already, and we're only in the fourth inning. Fielder hits a ground ball slowly to the right side. The shortstop Aviles, who was shifted, comes over to make the play. And the inning is over. Tigers, however, tied up with 2.
Well for them last year after he was traded from Kansas City. He's more of an offensive minded shortstop.
7 home runs last year. But when he came over to the Red Sox, you're right, he hit .317 in a Boston uniform. Pulled on the ground to third, righty Cabrera. And Aviles is out. 1 gone here in the 5th. Well, let's see. The temperature now at 59 degrees here at the ballpark on a clear, sunny day. Another big crowd here this afternoon, wrapping up this 3-game set against the BOS Sox. Shopik the batter. He pops this one in the air. Right field. Bosch on the charge. Still coming. And he makes a diving play. What a play by Bosch.
Brennan is getting better in the outfield. He had to run a long way to get to this baseball. He reaches out, he stretches out, and he's able to get his glove underneath the baseball and pick it before it hits the grass.
Here's Nick Punto.
Take one more look at the nifty play by Brennan Bosch. Got his first base hit. Nice diving catch. He's feeling pretty good about himself.
He's on the uptick. Yep.
Yeah, he is.
The 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Punto has an RBI, sac fly, otherwise 0 for 2. Here's the 2-0.
Brennan finally went out and bought himself a new car this year.
Did he?
Yeah, he bought himself a new truck. You know he's been driving. He still has I think it's a Bronco. He's been driving that Bronco since he was in high school. Through college.
Really?
First few years of pro ball. Finally went out and splurged and got himself a new ride.
Since high school?
Since high school.
Let me guess, it had over 100,000 miles on it.
You know it probably did.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there, strike 3-2 on Nick Punto. Allister with the 3-2 pitch. On the ground, back up the middle. Johnny scoops, throws out at first base.
Woo, nice play, Johnny.
Dare we say a 1-2-3 inning. You're watching Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit, presented by Bell Tire.
Half of the 5th inning, and let's take one more look at the nifty play by Peralta, ranging 3 or 4 steps to his left, and then a nice pick by Fielder. And I don't know where you are as far as guys head first sliding, but you really don't get to the base any quicker by selling out with a head first slide. Punto's one of those guys that has pretty good speed, and had he ran through the bag, he may have been safe on this play.
Why do guys do that?
I don't know why certain guys utilize the head first slide in the first base. It's not a bad play if you're avoiding the first baseman on an errant throw from one of the infielders, but other than that, I'm not a real fan of the head first slide into first base.
So here come the Tigers now in the bottom of the 5th, facing a new pitcher. Vicente Padilla will take over.
And Tigers saw him on opening day. Vicente Padilla in just 9 games last year. He has been with a number of different teams. When he was at his best, Vicente had a fastball anywhere from 91 to 97. Nice breaking ball, nice changeup. Throws from different arm slots. And he had a little mean streak in him, too. Not afraid to pitch inside.
Drilled right at the shortstop, Mike Aviles.
One of them Tigers bats. They got a good shipment of wood because they're loud.
Well, Tigers today 7 runs on 8 hits. Here's Avila. Padilla worked on that changeup you spoke of with Nicaraguan native Dennis Martinez, who was an awfully good pitcher in his day, and of course Vicente is from Nicaragua as well. Ooh, that one just floats in there.
A little lollipop breaking ball under the speed limit at 57 miles an hour.
The 0-1. Talking about all the teams that Padilla has played for. Started his career with Arizona back in '99, but he's been in Philadelphia, Texas, Los Angeles, and now Boston. Here's the 1-1. Avila has walked twice in this game.
His first pitch to Avila was 57 miles an hour. The second pitch was 74. And that last fastball at 93.
Quite the differential.
For sure.
92 on that last heater. 3 balls, 1 strike. Tigers tied it up with 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Chopped slowly back toward the mound. Padilla. 2 gone.
Hey fans, join us tonight when the Pistons travel to Miami to take on LeBron James and the Heat right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Coverage starts at 5:30 with Pistons Live, followed by the game at 6. That's tonight for Pistons basketball here on Fox Sports Detroit. You know who's down on South Beach, don't you?
Field?
You got it.
Ryan Field does not ever miss a trip to Miami. Ever. And I don't blame him.
I talked to him on opening day. He told me he was headed down there. I said,
right?
Can I roll with you?
Here's Johnny Peralta with 2 outs. Field was looking sharp here on opening day at the ballpark.
He's a nice dresser.
And that bright orange tie. He's giving you a run for your money.
Well, that's not hard to do.
For Johnny today, 3-run double in his first at bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Padilla's 1-1. Make it 1-2 on Johnny Peralta. Johnny career against Padilla is hitting .333. He is homered against him. And he got him on the outer edge, and Padilla walks out of the bullpen and gets the Tigers 1-2-3 in the 5th. That means we go to the 6th. this afternoon. We asked you when was the last time the Tigers had at least 2 players finish in the top 5 of the American League in homers. These 2 guys have a great chance to do it this year. That would be 1968 when the Tigers actually had 3 in the top 5. They had Willie, they had Norm Cash, and Bill Freehand. Hawk Harrelson hit 35 homers that year. There's Willie. Looking dapper today on Easter Sunday.
Yes, he is. Willie's always clean.
And he's always coming into the booth and saying hello and bouncing around and greeting people.
That means a lot. That means a lot.
Here is Ellsbury facing Colin Ballister, who came on in the 3rd. He's still out there. Once again, validating your point earlier in the game that with this Tigers offense, just keep it close.
And Ballister's doing a very fine job of that. Attacking the strike zone with good fastballs. 92 to 96. Brian Villarreal just recalled from the minor leagues yesterday when Pfister went on the disabled list and Daniel Schlereth. Villarreal had a good spring. His stuff was electric.
Tigers still have to figure out what to do with Pfister's spot in the rotation. Casey Crosby is pitching in Toledo tomorrow. Jim Leland will go watch him pitch. That's a fair ball just by the 3rd baseman Cabrera. It'll rattle around the corner, and Jacoby Ellsbury has himself a double. Ellsbury now with 2 hits today, plus an RBI.
Well, with Ellsbury's speed, if you're Cabrera, you have to play in about the cut of the grass. Because you have to respect the fact that he likes to bunt, and he's able to slice one right past him for a stand-up double.
So the skipper's coming out. That may be it for Ballister. 2 1/3 innings of work to this point. Maybe not. And it looks like Colin will stay in the game. Well, just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Really not a whole lot that Jim would be saying to Ballister in that situation with Pedroia coming up, other than the fact that he needs to make sure that he pays some attention to Ellsbury, who's at second base. He was 5 of 6 last year in stealing 3rd. Other than that, there's really nothing else you can say to Ballister.
And Pedroia is 1 for 3. Breaking ball bends in for a strike.
This guy's going to manage in the big leagues one day, in my opinion. Dustin Pedroia.
Oh, Pedroia?
Yes.
Definitely has a very, very high baseball IQ.
He loves the game. He's a leader. He works hard. He's been a tremendous pro. If you come to the ballpark early, say 4 hours before game, Dustin Pedroia is out there sitting on his team's bench, just kind of soaking it all in. Tony Gwynn used to do that a lot for the Padres. He'd get to the ballpark, go sit on the bench, and just talk to anybody that came up to him. Pedroia is the same way.
Here's the 1-1. In the air to right field, chasing Bosch back. Brennan runs it down. Runner will tag and come to third base. Time for a game break now. Let's go back to the studio, and here's Mickey York.
The first baseman, Adrian Gonzalez.
All right, thank you very much, Mick. And Minnesota in danger of falling 0-3 to start the new year.
Good at bat by Pedroia. Nobody out. Unselfish player. Nice job. Nice job by Ballister as well.
Indeed. And he will get a nice round of applause. He heads back to the bench. Tigers will go to bullpen, and here is Daniel Schlereth coming in. We'll be back. Sports Detroit is brought to you by Burger King, the proud sponsor of opening week baseball. Back here in downtown Detroit on a glorious day in the Motor City. Comerica Park is the site here this afternoon. 7-7 is our score. And Daniel Schlereth will come in out of the pen to face Adrian Gonzalez. And it looks like the Tigers have drawn the infield in. Go ahead run at third base and only one out. First pitch is driven deep into right field, way back, and forget about this one. Halfway up the bleachers in right.
Not an easy task for any big league pitcher. Daniel Schlereth making his first appearance of 2012, going up against one of your better left-handed hitters in the game, and he threw him a first pitch fastball. And take a look how short and quick this swing was from Gonzalez. He is sitting dead red. He climbs the ladder, and he just hits one where the grass doesn't grow.
Yikes. Second hit today for Adrian Gonzalez.
Left-handers don't really bother Gonzalez anyway.
Apparently not. Ortiz had a big rip. And Gonzalez has his first home run of the season, a 2-run shot, which makes it 9-7 in favor of the Red Sox. Big day for David Ortiz, 3 for 3. Adrian Gonzalez had over 200 hits last year. He's well on his way to reaching that plateau again this year. 5 hits in this series. It's been a wacky one today, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Tigers got 4 runs in the first. It's been back and forth since. Red Sox had a 5-run third. Swing and a miss.
That's the pitch that Adrian Gonzalez was not going to allow Schlereth to get to. The curveball, which is an above average pitch for Daniel.
Two gone. And that'll bring up Darnell McDonald. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. Skies this one to left field, not deep. Now Dirks is going to back up. Now it is deep. It's going to the warning track.
It's a lot of wind up there today.
Dirks runs it down now before the 2-run shot by Gonzalez. Adrian Gonzalez has broken the 7-7 tie. It's now 9-7 Red Sox in a wild one here at the ballpark today. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Andy Dirks leads it off. He shows bunt. Dirks, then Rayburn, and then Jackson. Andy today, ground ball and a fly ball. Padilla is 1-0. Little chopper to the right side, and it's through, a base hit. Pedroia had those little choppy steps. He couldn't get there, though. Hey, by the way, time now for today's Ace Hardware Scott's fan poll question of the game, and it is: what year had the highest attendance in Comerica Park history in Game 3 of the season? Was it A, 2000, B, 2006, C, 2008, or D, 2011? To enter your vote, text ACE followed by a space, then the letter answer to 37338.
I'm going to go C.
I'll go B. Just to be different. That's all. No other reason. Here's Rayburn. Of course, these first two games of the year were two of the highest attended first two games of the season in Tigers history. A lot of expectations, a lot of excitement this year with this ball club.
Tigers might go over 3 million this year.
Yeah, I think it's a good bet. If not, you'll buy up the rest of the tickets to get us there, won't you?
I wish I had enough nickels in my piggy bank to do that.
Here's the 0-1. Rayburn has a cue off the end of the bat. Look out. Everybody okay? Got into the seats in a hurry. 0-2 on Rayburn, has had a nice day. Hit by a pitch, a single, and 2 runs scored. Tigers have 9 hits this afternoon. Did most of their scoring with that 4-run first. Tipped it into the glove. I'll bring up Jackson. Padilla has just picked up his second strikeout. Jackson, a 3-hit game today. He has had 2 3-hit games already. In fact, he didn't have his first one last year until May 7th. Ball 1. Jackson now 7 for 11 on the brand new campaign. I don't know how many times this spring that Jim Leland reiterated the point that you can talk all you want about the big boppers he has in the middle of the lineup, but this guy right here is their key offensively, and he needed a bounce back season in terms of, I guess, batting average and getting on base from last year.
Well, you have to have someone to set the table, so the big fellas can eat.
The 1-1. That'll get back out of play. 1-2 on Austin Jackson. Austin had that terrific rookie season. Hit in the 290 range. Slipped with his average last year, but the power numbers were a little bit better. More triples, more homers. And this, as we know, is a triples-friendly ballpark. Little looper down the right field line, a foul ball. Dirks was hauling. That probably would have gotten a run in had it stayed fair. No such luck. 1-2. Austin Jackson out of Denton, Texas. Always has a big contingent when we go to Arlington. Family and friends get a chance to come and see him play. was an outstanding basketball player in high school as well. And he stays alive.
Takes that same kind of athleticism that he displayed while playing basketball into center field. Gets great jumps, takes wonderful routes to the ball, and can run down just about anything hit to center field.
He spoiled that last pitch to stay alive. I was going to ask you, with this new approach that Jackson has without the leg kick now, does that make it easier for him on his two-strike approach to foul pitches off?
It does, because he's recognizing the ball a little bit better. He also spreads out a little bit with 2 strikes.
Shavik blocks it. Ooh, look out.
Lloyd also talked about the fact that on occasion Jackson will choke up just a hair on the bat with 2 strikes, although he is not choking up here against Padilla.
(9-7). Red Sox lead it, bottom of the 6th inning. 1 on, 1 out for Detroit. We were expecting it to be a windy day today, and it looks like the wind is picking up, gusting a little bit more.
Anything up in the air to left field is going to get out of here.
Swing and a miss, and Jackson goes down on strikes. Got him on the high heater.
Probably ball 3. If he's able to lay off of it. Maybe not. It's right around the belt buckle, a little tad higher.
3 strikeouts for Padilla. That's going to bring up Bosch, who got his first hit in his last at bat. It came in handy too. It was an RBI single. No balls, 1 strike on Brennan. Career high last year with 121 hits, despite the fact that he missed a good portion of the late part of the season with that thumb injury that kept him out of the playoffs as well. Popped up foul. 2 key players that were missing for the Tigers in postseason, Al Albuquerque and Brennan Bosch, both out with injuries.
Albuquerque was sensational last year, and they sure could have used him against some tough right-handers.
Yeah, because they're really in that series against Texas, boy.
Nelson.
Well, for the Tigers, Valverde and Benoit pitched an awful lot at that point.
They could have used Albuquerque against Nelson Cruz.
Oh, 0-2. Make it 1-2 on Bosch. He'll try and keep it alive here for Cabrera. There's a big fella waiting on deck. And then it would be Fielder. Padilla, meanwhile, wants no part of that. He'd rather get Bosch here and head back to the dugout. Here's the 1-2. He'll get back out of play. He never did tell us what Bosch bought. What kind of car did he get? Do you know?
I think it was an SUV.
Was it?
Some type of an SUV. I remember reading it. I don't know exactly what the make and model of it was, but it was some kind of a utility vehicle.
Padilla ready again with a 1-2. Shot to left field, slicing, foul.
Probably something that he could put his surfboard on the top of too, because he likes to surf a little bit too.
Where's he going to go surfing around here?
Well, when he goes back to the house.
Oh, okay. When he heads back to Santa Monica in the offseason.
He does and hails from Santa Monica, but he spends a lot of time in Malibu in the offseason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he works out there.
Thought he was going surfing on Lake St. Clair or something. 1-2 on Bosch. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, and Padilla picks up his 4th strikeout. He's done a bang-up job out of their bullpen. 6 in the books here at Comerica. On Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. And by Toyota, brought to you by your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers. Downtown all looking really good today, and on Easter Sunday it's all nice and clear, sunny. It's 9-7 though. The Red Sox have the 2-run lead.
Hey fans, see the Tigers battle the Mariners April 24th and 25th at 7:05. Take advantage of the Super Spring Special. $16 mezzanine seats are $10, and 24 upper box seats are only $12. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com for the Super Spring deal.
That's a good deal.
Yes, it is.
This early in the season against a good team, the Tampa Bay Rays. It'll be Sweeney to lead things off here against Schlereth in the 7th inning. Aviles then Shopik to follow. First pitch bouncing in. The Rays trying to beat the Yankees again today before they come to Detroit to start the series here. And if they win today, the Yankees would start 0-3. Grounded foul.
I've watched a little bit of that series, and Joe Madden, their manager's in midseason form. A couple of squeeze plays he's used already. First and third steal. In the first 2 games, he used the bullpen 11 different times. He is at it.
He's unconventional. Sweeney hits it on the ground to second. Rayburn has it there.
Carlos Pena also off to a really good start back in Tampa after spending 1 year in a Chicago Cubs uniform. Fernando Rodney has pitched well for them too. So a couple of familiar faces will be here at Comerica Park in a couple of days.
Pena hit a grand slam his first game back
off CC Sabathia, who he had no success against.
Well, Mike Aviles has had some success today. 2-run double, RBI single, 2 out of 3 for the Red Sox. Checks his swing, it fouls it away. Schlereth came on in the 6th inning, surrendered the 2-run homer to Gonzalez, and since has retired 3 straight. But that 2-run homer broke the 7-7 tie. Cabrera handles this one at third base. 2 gone. Now Shopik. Hit by a pitch twice by Max Scherzer, and he has scored one of those times. And he had Bosch rob him of a base hit with a diving play back in the 5th. Shopik, one of those veteran guys we've seen with a couple of separate teams, of course, in Tampa the last couple of years.
Good backup catcher. He backed up Victor Martinez in Cleveland.
Kelly's time ran out with Tampa last year, though. He hit only 176. Spent the last couple of years with the Tampa Bay Rays. 4 years with Cleveland as well. Swing and a miss. And Schlereth has an easy 1-2-3-7. Time to get the bats going. Down by 2. We go to the stretch. Big lumber here in the 7th, and boy, they come up big yesterday.
Well, since the 2006 season, these guys have hit over 200 home runs. We know all about Cabrera and just how fearless he is and the kind of command he has with his bat along with power. And both guys played long ball twice yesterday. The second home run by Prince Fielder was an absolute missile into the right field seats. And this is something that we will watch all season long.
And they did it against a really good pitcher yesterday, Josh Beckett, who gave up 5 home runs and was hit around the lot all day yesterday. The Tigers got the offense going against Buchholz again today, but the Boston offense has showed up as well. Here is the Comerica game summary with the Red Sox leading by a couple of runs. Prince Fielder picked up his 1,000th career hit earlier in the game. Austin Jackson has had a huge series, and well, you can't hold these two guys down all that often. Gonzalez and Ortiz today, they've been doing it. That is your Comerica game summary. And now we'll see if the Tigers can get the middle of the lineup to produce here in the 7th inning. It'll be Cabrera, Fielder, Young. Vicente Padilla has faced 7 batters. He has struck out 4 of them. Ball 1 to Miguel Cabrera.
The problem with that real slow lollipop breaking ball is if you miss with it. And what do you do now to a guy like Cabrera?
Fastball that missed low. So now it's 2-0. Trying to navigate through the heart of the Tigers lineup here in the 7th, protecting a 2-run lead. There's a strike.
That's a nice tailing fastball at 92. Had a lot of late life to it. Look at the run on this pitch.
Fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Miguel. Couple of RBIs today for the big fella. Singled in a run in the first, sac fly in the second. Fielder will be next. Then Delman Young. Ground ball left side. Aviles 2 steps to his right.
Hey fans, you can follow the Tigers with the MLB.com at bat12 for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Get this season's stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Tigers.com for more details.
Here's Prince Fielder. Single in 3 at bats. There's that slow Ephus breaking pitch. 54 miles an hour. They play 3 defenders to the right of second base against Prince. Oh, he did it again. The fielder just couldn't stay back on it.
If you take a peek at his straight chart from a season ago, you would think that it wouldn't cause this kind of a shift. 71 to center, 42 the opposite way, and just 52 to right. But that's a definition of a guy that uses the entire field.
Well, Fielder is down in the count 0-2.
I guess Vicente Padilla believes by throwing that slow curveball at about 56 miles an hour, Prince will have to generate all the power to hit it out, which he has plenty of.
Yeah, that would be no problem. Driven high in the air, left center field. It'll stay in the park as McDonald runs it down. 2 up, 2 down. Now Delman Young. Well, Padilla's done a really good job for the Red Sox. Came on in the 5th inning after Buchholz threw a boatload of pitches. Got him 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. Single, no trouble in the 6th, and now 2 outs here in the 7th. There it is again. At 54 miles an hour, strike 1.
The key to Padilla throwing this pitch is the fact that he doesn't slow his arm speed down, so you really can't detect that he's throwing this real slow curveball. If there is any deceleration whatsoever in the arm speed, you can pick it up, but you can't do that with Padilla.
Well, 54, the next pitch at 93, which had to seem like 103 to Delman Young. And he's quickly down 0-2. Ground ball left side of the infield. Punto charging at third, tried to barehanded, couldn't do it.
Punto may have had time to field that in a more conventional way by using the glove, transferring to the throwing hand, and then throwing the ball across the diamond. I don't think he really had to use the do or die barehanded play here. He was thinking bare hand all the way.
I agree. I think he had time to use the glove. They've ruled it a base hit. So Delman gets his first hit today. The Tigers now bring the tying run to the plate. And it's Alex Avila. Here's the slow hook. This time he missed with it, though. 1-0.
Usually you'll see a pitcher maybe throw one or two of those during the course of the game. He's thrown at least 6 or 7 of those.
After a while, doesn't it lose its effectiveness if you see it often? I mean, when you have something that's that much of a change of pace, he's got to get it. So that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Tigers baseball here this afternoon, presented by Bell Tire. As we go to the 8th inning, and what a day it was here on opening day a few days ago. The ballpark was full. The Tigers fans were in attendance and they were ready to go.
Justin Verlander also on the mound, and he was marvelous in the ball game that day.
And the Tigers got some late offense. Alex Avila doubling in a run. Of course, the game winner by Austin Jackson after the Tigers had blown a 2-0 lead in the 9th. Everyone went home happy. JV pitched well, did not get a win in that game, but the Tigers did, and really the only thing that matters to Verlander.
Verlander's curveball was in midseason form that afternoon, and it was a chilly day where some people were having a difficulty gripping the baseball. Johnny Peralta told me he made a couple of throws from shortstop to first base where he really didn't have any feeling in his fingertips, but Verlander somehow had an incredible curveball that afternoon.
Well, here today, it's the Red Sox leading by a couple of runs. And it'll be the top of the lineup. Nick Punto will step in, facing Daniel Schlereth, who had an easy 1-2-3-7. Schlereth has gotten 5 in a row since the home run by Adrian Gonzalez, and that streak will come to an end. That's going to shoot the gap and go all the way to the wall. Punto on his way to second, taking the turn, but he'll hold. And very wisely so. Leadoff double here in the 8th.
It's a fastball that's right down the middle, and Punto doesn't miss it.
That is the 12th hit of the afternoon now for Boston. The Tigers have 10 hits. Brian Villarreal and Phil Koch.
Obviously, Ellsbury has a job to do with nobody out, and that's to get Punto over to third base. Will he bunt, or will he simply try to pull something to the right side of the infield?
Strike one.
Jerry Royster, new third base coach for the Red Sox.
Schlereth missing. Royster had a nice long career, mostly with the Atlanta Braves. Broke in with the Dodgers. Now the 1-1. And go foul. And a broken bat for Jacoby Ellsbury. Jacoby was 0 for 7 coming into this game to start the year, but he's had a nice day today. Single, double, driven in a run.
And Slavers can get the strikeout here, but he needs to make sure if he does throw the curveball to Ellsbury, and that he gets his arm up and he gets on top of it and gets it down and away from him. It's a good pitch, spoiled by Ellsbury. And there's that curveball. Really can't throw a better one than that.
Two and two on Ellsbury. All-star for the first time last year. Also won his first Gold Glove. And there were many that thought once the season ended he would be the MVP of the American League. He ended up finishing second to Verlander. The 2-2 on the ground to the right side, so he will advance the runner. Fielder wins the race to the bag and moved Punto to third. And here comes the skipper Jim Leyland. Dustin Pedroia due up. He's going to want Villarreal in this situation. So Schlereth will depart here in the 8th. And the recently recalled Brian Villarreal will come in. So we have another break. We'll be back to Comerica Park. 7 as we play in the top of the 8th inning. Boston threatening a man at third and 1 out. Here is the Burger King box score in this one here. The Tigers have 10 hits, but the Red Sox have 12. Gonzalez and Ortiz, boy, they've been good today. Buchholz, Tigers got to him. And they figure on a day where you get 7 earned runs against Buchholz, you have a chance to win, but Max Scherzer struggled this afternoon.
Boston offense up for the challenge today. Infield playing in against Dustin Pedroia as Brian Villarreal takes over for Schlereth. Pedroia will be looking for that first pitch fastball. And if he gets it, he'll hit it hard somewhere.
And with the infield in, Pedroia digs in and waves and misses.
Great pitch. Really good slider by Villarreal at 87 miles an hour. And this is the pitch that he worked on very hard in Venezuela in the offseason and also in spring training to go along with that 97 mile per hour fastball. That's unhittable right there.
Roll toward third base. It is a foul ball. So it's 0-2 on Pedroia.
Back-to-back sliders to Pedroia. One at 87, the next one at 88. You can simply try to finish him off with another slider, but don't get too much plate. Or you can simply elevate the fastball up in the upper 90s. You might get a swing and miss. But keep it out of the middle of the plate. You're going fastball.
Ground ball to short, and they're going to throw to third, and they've got him hung up. Punto coming down the line. He's tagged out. Oh, what a big play in the game this is.
Punto is coming on contact. The ball hit very sharply at Peralta, so he simply stops, and a nice job by Peralta getting the ball to Cabrera, and then he gets it to Avila to finish off the putout. It's a nice job there.
6-5-2 on that putout. Avila eventually making the tag.
Nice job by Villarreal.
Indeed. Phil Koch coming into the game. We'll be back. Boston, Adrian Gonzalez will step in, and he's already done some damage in this game.
Well, Schlereth came in to face him in the 6th inning, and the first pitch was a fastball, and he absolutely drilled it for a 2-run shot. And that's why they lead 9-7.
So the other Tigers lefty coming in now, Phil Koch.
Gonzalez is such a good hitter. After hitting the fastball off Schlereth on the very first pitch, he's thinking breaking ball right now. So if you're Phil Koch and you throw a breaking ball, don't get too much plate with it.
Really, all the way to the backstop. He threw it behind him, and the runner will advance. He got no plate with it. That was odd.
You do not see that very often. In case you're wondering, Gonzalez is 0 for 4 in his career against Phil Koch. And David Ortiz in the on-deck circle is 1 for 12 in his career against Koch.
I'm going to do some quick math here. Combined, they're 1 for 16.
You got that right.
1 ball, no strikes. Oh, he hit it. And Gonzalez has a little stare out there for Koch. First pitch behind his back, second pitch in his back. Ouch. Bobby Valentine is out to have a little chat with the home plate umpire, Dan Iasonia.
Well, Jim Leland didn't say anything yesterday when they hit Prince Fielder after he homered twice. Just saying.
And I can't say I disagree with you. First and third. And both sides have been warned. And Bobby Valentine doesn't like this, because now his pitcher can hit someone and get thrown out of a game.
Fielder had homered twice yesterday, and this is what he got from Albers. You appreciate the fact that Albers threw below the belt, but the ankles are a dangerous area too.
So here is Ortiz. Did he go? Yes. Bill Miller said he went around. All Bobby Valentine can do right now is laugh. First and third. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Three for 4 for Ortiz, but as we told you, just 1 for 12 career against Koch. Doubled and a run back in the third. Here's the 0-2 pitch coming up. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Koch goes stomping off the mound back to the dugout. No runs. 1 hit, 2 left. See you later.
Pitch by pitch with a little help from Fox Tracks. Outstanding breaking ball from Coke. 3 to David Ortiz, and he struck him out.
And the Red Sox left 2 men on base. And so for the Tigers here in the bottom of the 8th, the bottom of the order, Peralta, Dirks, and a Rayburn duo against Vicente Padilla, who came on in the 5th and has been on for 3+ innings now. Right back up the middle. Backhanding play. Pedroia throws him out.
Stop it, Pedroia. He's won a couple Gold Gloves. He won one last year. Great range to his right. He stretches out, and he gets up faster than any second baseman in the game. He's on his way up when this ball's in his glove. Look at the footwork here of Pedroia. He's already close to the ground anyway.
Meanwhile, Peralta continues to hit the ball hard back up the middle of the diamond. He doubled in 3 runs on a shot to center field his first time up. Here's Dirks. A slow bender at 52. That's the slowest one he's thrown today.
The amazing part of those breaking balls that he's thrown, I think he's only missed the strike zone with one of them.
You're right. Absolutely. He's throwing them all for strikes almost. He comes back with a fastball and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ground ball right side, scooped up by Gonzalez. Padilla covers.
Hey fans, join us Tuesday for more baseball when the Tigers entertain the Rays. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Tigers Live on Fox Sports Detroit. That's Tigers baseball Tuesday at 12:30 on Fox Sports Detroit.
Rick Porcello will be on the hill when the Tigers take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Porcello, Verlander, Smiley. Your rotation. Fouled straight back.
Tigers will get the first look at that youngster, Matt Moore, of the Tampa Bay Rays, one of the brightest young prospects in all of baseball. Fastball, 97 miles an hour. He looked good in the postseason last year for Tampa.
The 0-1. Shot to center field. Ellsbury is on the move. And the Tigers go 1-2-3 against Padilla. We go to the 9th. It is 9-7 in favor of the Red Sox as we indeed go to the top of the ninth inning here at the ballpark. Here's the upcoming pitching matchup against the Tampa Bay Rays on Tuesday. It's presented by Gordon Chevrolet, and you talked about Matt Moore and Rick Porcello.
Look at the strikeouts of Matt Moore, and if you look at any of his years in the minor leagues, his strikeout numbers look pretty much like that. Incredible arm he has, and of course Porcello, 14-9 last year and had a good spring and looked like he's ready to have a promising 2012.
Matt Moore, one of the top pitching prospects in the entire game. Darnell McDonald leads it off against Phil Koch, and he looks at ball one. 9-7, 2-run lead for the Red Sox as we go to the ninth inning. McDonald reaching once, walking and scoring back in the second. Pop up, shallow right field, and it's going to drop behind Rayburn in front of Bosch. Leadoff man on here in the ninth. Looks like we get a pinch hitter now. Sweeney was due up. He will not bat. Cody Ross. $14 homers last year over in the National League with San Francisco. Hit .240 with Giants. Ball one from Koch. Cody Ross was a huge pickup by the Giants a couple of years ago on their way to the World Series. He was claimed off the waiver wire from the Florida Marlins, and he went on to be the NLCS MVP. And don't we see that often, Rod, where guys that you don't really expect to do a whole lot or be heroes in the postseason end up being just that?
And when you get that opportunity, and he was surrounded by a really good team. Cody is and has always been an outstanding fastball hitter. Doesn't miss fastballs, and he's got himself in a fastball count right now.
It's down the right field line, foul territory, tough play, and Rayburn can't make it. It's a fair ball. Here's the throw to second, not in time. That thing hooked back into fair territory.
Not only is there a lot of wind up there, but you can see where a fielder was and you can see where the ball was. Both players overran it, and somehow the ball stayed in fair territory.
I don't know how it did. I mean, that is some major wind to bring it back. I mean, Ross is standing at home plate.
He thinks that ball is going to be 10 feet foul too.
Two on now with nobody out. Here's Mike Aviles. Lays down a bunt, first base side. And then fielder will tag him. But Aviles backpedaling. It's not like they can go anywhere. Move the runners up. Second and third now with one out. It's going to bring up Kelly Shopik. Red Sox trying to get some insurance runs here, and that's going to be it for Koch. Out steps Jim Leyland from the dugout. He has signaled to the Tigers bullpen. So Koch will give up the baseball. Octavio Dotel will be coming in, and as he does, we'll step aside. Back with more from Comerica. The ninth inning, as promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, the Miller time moment, and you got to go with Adrian Gonzalez.
Got the first pitch fastball from Slater to the runner in scoring position. Firm fastball, and he absolutely drilled it for a 2-run shot to right field.
So Coca's out of the game, and the new pitcher now is Octavio Dotel.
Dotel got a little work in yesterday's game. Spent 2011 with Toronto and then finished up with the world champion St. Louis Cardinals. Those are his numbers combined.
And he will face Kelly Shopik now with the infield in. The Red Sox looking to pad their 2-run lead in the ninth inning. Swing and a miss. Shopik has been on base twice, hit by a pitch twice.
Shopik's numbers last year from a batting average standpoint were under 200, which is why you always have to think about a possible squeeze with a guy like Shopik.
McDonald at third and Ross at second base. Pitch out. Tigers were thinking along the same way, and Avila was fortunate.
I don't know if Dotel knew it was a squeeze or not.
You mean a pitch out?
You're right, pitch out.
Wow. Boy, Avila got lucky there.
He sure did. Just like Dotel lobbed it up there.
Now it's 1-1
You know what that looked like to me? It was like he saw Avila get up out of his crouch into the pitch out position.
Swing and a miss.
And he didn't realize the pitch out was on, and he just tried to hold up on it, and he just lobbed it up there.
I agree. I didn't think, or I think it looked like he didn't know. Meanwhile, it's 1-2 now. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, and Shopik remains the only Red Sox hitter without a hit today.
Fans, you can see the Tigers battle the Mariners April 24th and 25th at 7:05. Take advantage of the Super Spring Special. $16 mezzanine seats are $10, and 24 upper box seats are only $12. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
So here is the top of the lineup now, Nick Punto. And he looks at a strike.
Yeah, well located breaking ball against Shopik to get strike 3.
Dotel trying to keep this a 2-run game and make it manageable for the Tigers. They'll have the top of the order coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Time called now.
I really haven't noticed, but have you noticed anybody warming up in that bullpen for Boston, or is it going to be Padilla to try to finish this thing off?
You know what? I haven't looked, but it's pretty quiet there right now. Foul back out of play. Of course, they brought in their 2 late inning guys on opening day, Melanson and Aceves, and they gave it up. Padilla came on in the 5th inning. So that's 4 innings of work for him. Oh, 2 on Punto. Ground ball left side. Peralta from his knees almost. Won't be able to get him, and a run will score, and it's 10-7 Boston.
It's a big run for Boston. It's no 2-pitch. He probably gets more plate than he wants to, and Punto just slices the ball in between Peralta and Cabrera, sprawling down. He gets up and fires the first base, but as you mentioned, Punto's got decent speed.
And so Punto is known more for his defense. Has chipped in with 2 hits and 2 RBIs today. 15 hits for the Red Sox. They lead 10-7, and here is Jacoby Ellsbury. Two hits today for Ellsbury, plus an RBI. He's also walked. Ball 1. In fact, the two teams have combined for 25 hits. Tigers have 10 of their own. And on most days, 7 runs on 10 hits, good enough to win a game. But today, the Red Sox have posted 10 runs. That's low. 2-0. It'll be Jackson, Bosch, Cabrera, and hopefully Fielder and beyond when we get to the bottom of the 9th. 6 for 15 for the Red Sox with runners in scoring position today. Check to swing back to Dotel. Lobs one to first, ending the inning. They get a big insurance run. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Tigers with their last chance.
To do in the bottom half of the 9th inning. 10 runs for Boston, 7 for Detroit, and Austin Jackson has been on a mission so far. First 3 games of the year, and of course in this series he got his starter with a game winner on Thursday. He continued on Saturday. He had some quality plate appearances, putting the ball in play just about every single time he comes to the plate. He's got that real good speed. He's scoring runs. He's been a tremendous table setter at the beginning of the year.
And it'll be Jackson to lead things off here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jackson, Bosch, Cabrera, and they will face indeed the closer Alfredo Aceves comes in.
They were stretching him out in spring training as a possible starter, but now he finds himself as the closer for Boston at the beginning of the year. Pitched in a number of games last year, a variety of different situations, and was very effective.
This would have been the spot that their closer Andrew Bailey would come in, but he was injured and is on the disabled list.
They had a really good closer in Boston for the last several years. That would be Jonathan Papelbon, who they allowed to leave as a free agent, and now he's closing for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Meanwhile, Cody Ross stays in the game. He'll play right field. And so here we go. The Tigers down to their final outs here. They need to get it going. Jackson, Bosch, Cabrera. 3 for 4 for Austin Jackson. 2 singles and a double. And a cool .583 average to start the year. Jackson looks at strike one from Aceves. Alfredo Aceves is 30 years old, out of Sonora, Mexico. Broke into the big leagues with the New York Yankees after pitching in the Mexican League for some years. 10-2 last year with the Bo Sox. And he shoots this one to right field, sinking, base hit right in front of Ross. Leadoff single for Austin Jackson. That's his 4th hit.
Jackson finds himself, because of the new approach from the waist down, getting that front foot down. He's recognizing pitches a lot better these days, and he's getting jammed every now and then. It's not bad to get jammed. If you get jammed, that means you're staying back and you're seeing the baseball, and sometimes good things happen.
So now here comes Bosch. Three-run lead. They play behind Jackson at first base. 10-7. That was the 11th Tigers hit.
Well, if they're going to give Jackson that much room, he may as well take the base, stay out of a double play, and make sure that Cabrera and Fielder possibly come to the plate in this inning.
Strike one on Bosch. 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Aceves. Jackson has just picked up his 6th 4-hit game of his career. Missed it outside. Tigers were 5-0 in the previous 5 4-hit games for Austin, so they're going to have to come back today to keep that streak alive. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Pedroia, another diving stop. Can't do anything with it though, and the first 2 Tigers are on.
Great range to the right by Dustin Pedroia, but he couldn't get the ball out of his glove, and even if he was able to get it out of the glove and shuffle it to Aviles, he may not have gotten Jackson with that real good speed.
And they're getting a little bit nervous now in the Boston dugout, because here comes Cabrera with Fielder due next. Nobody out. Swing and a drive. Deep left field. Way back. Hey, we're tied. Oh, my goodness. On the first pitch. And they're going nuts here at the ballpark.
His 3rd homer in 2 days. He is benefiting from all the fastballs that he's now getting with the protection of Prince Fielder. No doubt about that one. Told you earlier, you have to have a couple of guys to set the table so the big fellas can eat.
Cabrera just feasted.
He is so good.
A 5 RBI day today for Miguel Cabrera. And here comes Bobby Valentine. There is activity in the Boston bullpen as Seves gives up a single to Jackson, infield hit to Bosch, and the Cabrera home run.
This might be the year he wins an MVP.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
Since he's put on a Tigers uniform, he has won a batting title. He has won an RBI crown. He has won a home run title as well.
And Cabrera already has 8 RBIs this year. So the Red Sox late inning options have not been awfully good in this series. And now Franklin Morales will be coming in. And just another day at the ballpark for Miguel Cabrera. An Easter Sunday crowd of more than 30,000 hanging around for this one, hoping for a rally, and they got it.
Cabby got the Tigers on the board early in yesterday's game. He got a cut fastball from Josh Beckett and hit it into the Boston bullpen. And then he took Beckett deep again in the ball game. A little controversy, but he was given the home run after the umpires went down and take a peek at it. And another fastball that tailed into Cabby's happy zone. He pulled his hands in nicely and hit a rocket into the left field stands.
That pitch was screaming, "Crush me."
And he did.
Unbelievable. 10-10 game. And look at the numbers this series for Cabrera. And by the way, there's nobody out.
Look at the crowd.
It's almost as if Cabrera expected to do that. He just calmly tours the bases. He's calmly sitting there. No big deal.
Well, a couple of years ago, not so much last year, but a couple of years ago, it just seemed like every time Cabrera came up in a big situation, he was getting it done almost to the point of when he didn't get it done, you were surprised.
Franklin Morales, the new pitcher now for the Red Sox.
50 games last year combined with Colorado and Boston. Really good earned run average at 3.69, and the strikeouts to walk ratio not bad.
So here is Prince Fielder. 1 for 4 today for Prince. Well, they went back-to-back yesterday. The bender is outside.
A lot of wind blowing out to left field. Prince, with his power, has the ability to flip something in that direction. And if it gets into that jet stream, we might see another walk-off today.
The crowd would love it. The crowd is on its feet right now.
Prince hit 7 homers last year against left-handed pitching. Batting average of 283. 282, excuse me.
Two and 1. Fielder had a single scored a run in the Tigers' 4-run first inning. Rolled foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Prince. Delman Young will be next.
Was talking earlier in the ball game about Fielder. Although he has massive power, his bat is lightning quick. Usually when guys have the kind of power that he has, I mean, it's not that they have slow bats, but they have long swings where they generate their power.
3-2. Full count on Prince Fielder. Here comes the crowd again. Swung on and belted, but it's going to hook, and that's going to go foul. Oh my goodness. It's a quick bat you're talking about. He actually broke his bat.
They're scary. He and Cabrera.
What an absolute nightmare for an opposing manager.
How do you hit a ball 400 feet and your bat snaps in half?
3-2. Swing and a miss, and Fielder is down on strikes. First out of the inning.
That's big league breaking ball there.
Now Delman Young. Ground ball third base side, flagged there by Punto. 2 gone. He's going to bring up Avila. Alex been on base twice, couple of walks. He is without a hit, the only Tiger without a hit today. Tigers hits now, a 3-run ninth to tie it up. Ball 1 to Alex. Alex homered to the ball game yesterday. Tigers hit 5 home runs yesterday against Beckett. There's a strike 1-1.
Morales has got a good arm. Mid-90s fastball, and he's got a really good feel for that curveball too.
Joaquin Benoit is ready to go in the Detroit bullpen. Two and one. Single by Jackson, infield hit by Bosch, 3-run homer by Miguel Cabrera on the first pitch he saw from Alfredo Aceves. And what a crazy start to the year for Cabrera already. 3 home runs, 8 RBIs. Low and away. 3-1. Johnny Peralta waiting his turn on deck. Shot in the air to left field, but Darnell McDonald is going to go to the warning track to pull it in. Ooh, it sounded good. However, the Tigers tied up on one big swing by Cabrera. He goes kaboom, and it's now 10-10. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, the official sponsor of Extra Innings. And we have extra innings because of Miguel Cabrera's 3-run home run, electrifying this crowd of more than 30,000. And the Tigers have new life as we go to the 10th.
Well, we talked about it at length during the course of spring training. We even brought up the fact today when the Tigers were trailing in this game that the kind of offense that they have, they're never really out of any game.
So Joaquin Benoit takes over now.
66 games last year for Joaquin. Had 29 holds. His earned run average is under 3. 63 strikeouts against 17 walks.
And he will have to navigate through the middle of the Boston lineup. Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Ortiz. And the first pitch outside to Dustin Pedroia. Singled in his first at bat. Hitless the rest of the way. 1 for 5 today for Pedroia. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Tigers today have gone with Schlereth out of the bullpen, Ballister, Villarreal, Koch, Dotel, now Benoit. Breaking ball missing high and inside. Run the count to 3-0. Don't want to walk the leadoff man. Joaquin was really money toward the middle and the back end of the season. After a slow start last year, he really came on and was so dominant in the 8th inning for the Tigers. And he missed. He walked him on 4 straight pitches. Leadoff man out.
Hey fans, as soon as the game ends, our coverage continues with Tigers Live. You'll hear from the manager Jim Leland and the players. Plus we'll break down the game, show you all the highlights. Tigers Live immediately after the game here on Fox Sports Detroit from the Call Sam Studios.
So here is Adrian Gonzalez. His 2-run shot back in the 6th inning broke a 7-7 tie. Meanwhile, Benoit has thrown 5 pitches. All have missed the strike zone. Here's the 1-0. Big swing there by Adrian. 1-1.
Gonzalez trying to hit his 2nd homer of the game.
4-time All-Star Adrian Gonzalez had a big spring. He hit .356 down in Florida. Another big swing, and the count is 1-2. And the 1-2. High, towering fly ball. Straightaway center. Jackson drifting. He got under that one. Runner tagging, challenging, but heading down. 1 out. Here comes Mr. Big Poppy.
It's a nice job by Jackson. Take a look at Jackson get behind this ball and get his momentum carrying him back in towards second base. He knew Pedroia on first base with good speed would probably try to entertain the thought of going to second base. But a nice job by Jackson getting that ball back in.
3 hits today for Ortiz. 15 hits today for the Red Sox offense. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Big Papi.
Pedroia has the ability to steal second base. However, it would be awfully risky in this situation. And they would take the bat right out of Big Papi's hands.
Darnell McDonald due next. It'll get back out of play. 1-2. Joaquin Benoit did not allow a run over his final 22 innings of last season.
He had that one little stretch where he wasn't pitching well. He was a little out of whack as far as his delivery was concerned, but Jeff Jones and Rick Knapp at the time got him cleaned up, and he went on to really pitch well.
And the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ortiz. I thought about offering. There's the 2-2. Low. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Darnell, bring him in, man.
A lot of crooked numbers on the scoreboard today. 10 runs, 15 hits for the Red Sox. 10 runs, 13 hits for the Tigers.
And no choice for Bobby Valentine but to send Dustin Pedroia now.
And there he goes. Fouled away. Bobby Valentine brought a 3-run lead into the bottom of the 9th inning. Had his closer in, Aceves. 2 singles and a 3-run homer later. We were tied at 10. And that's where we are right now in the 10th inning. Runner does not go this time, and it's popped in the air to shallow right center field. Jackson coming on. 2 gone.
Jackson can cover a lot of ground.
So they get through Gonzalez and Ortiz, and now here is Darnell McDonald. 1 for 4, single and a walk. He's also scored twice. Off the end of the bat foul. Tigers in the bottom of the 10th would have their bottom 3 hitters. Peralta, Dirks, Rayburn. Oh, 0-1 on Darnell McDonald. Swing and a miss. So Benoit now, he's run the count 0-2.
Good slider here by Benoit. And Benoit has that fastball he can get up to mid-90s with. That slider we just witnessed, and he also has a really good changeup.
McDonald led off the ninth with a single and scored what appeared to be an insurance run for the Red Sox, giving them a 3-run lead. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Inning over. Benoit has his first strikeout. Red Sox strand a man. Here come the Tigers in the 10th. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows for a free in-home estimate. Call 1-800-521-7800. A wild one here at the ballpark today. The Tigers and the Red Sox are all knotted up. 10 runs apiece. Miguel Cabrera's 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th tied the game up. And now the Tigers will try and win it in the bottom of the 10th. With the bottom of their lineup, it'll be Peralta, Dirks, and Rayburn due up. Johnny had a big 3-run double in a 4-run Tigers first. And he takes ball 1 from Franklin Morales.
And no doubt Morales will try to stay away from the right-handed batters because of that wind that's blowing out at a really brisk pace to left field. Anything up in the air that's hit with any authority at all is going to carry out of here.
Peralta's 3-run double back in the first inning was hit to dead center field. Out of the reach of Jacoby Ellsbury. That's in there, a strike. 1-1.
These types of situations, if you're a right-handed batter, you look up and see the flags blowing like that. You get right on top of the dish and you turn and burn, baby. Throw your mechanics out the window for one at bat.
1-2. Was that Gates Brown's favorite saying?
Yes, it was. Sit and turn.
No, sit and turn.
Sit and turn.
1-2 on Peralta.
We know he will.
Yes, he will. Over and over. Inside. 2-2. Tigers trying to go to 3-0 with a victory here today. Won 10-0 yesterday. Comeback win at the bottom of the 9th on opening day. That'll get back out of play.
How about the Tampa Bay Rays sweeping the New York Yankees?
Is it over?
It's over. They swept them.
Wow. That's a pretty good message early on in the season. For 3 teams in the East, you would figure these Red Sox will certainly be part of it that have a chance to win that division. Got him, strike 3.
He's got a good breaking ball.
Second strikeout for Morales.
Can't locate anything better than that.
Danny Worth is going to pinch hit for Andy Dirks. They'll get a right-handed bat up there. Danny last season hit .270 with the big club.
Nick Punto at third base, giving Worth a lot of room down at third. Bunting for a base hit is part of Danny Worth's game.
Worth spending 86 games worth down at AAA last year. He hit 8 home runs. Knocked in 37. And he pulls this one through, a base hit. Right between the third baseman and the shortstop, and the winning run is on. Pinch hit single for Danny Worth.
Nice short compact swing by Danny Worth.
So here comes Ryan Rayburn. On base twice today, single hit by a pitch. Pickoff throw, boy, that close. Worth diving in ahead. Morales just fired that thing over there. Off the end of the bat. Austin Jackson waiting on deck. Jim Leland checking out the lineup card. It was Jackson that started the 9th inning rally with a single. His 4th hit. Here's the 0-1. High fly ball center field. Jacoby Ellsbury back. And Danny Worth goes back to first base. 2 outs. So that'll bring up Jackson. Three singles and a double today for Jackson. 4 for 5 makes him 8 for 13 to begin the year. We've just hit the 4-hour mark now for this game. It was a slowly paced game because of all the runs that were scored early. Buchholz gave the Red Sox 4 innings of work. Padilla came on and pitched from the 5th through the 8th. That's a strike in the outer edge. 1-1.
Padilla did marvelous work slowing down the Tigers offense.
And when Padilla left, Aceves came in and the roof caved in. Single homer. Tigers tied it up. Franklin Morales began his big league career with Colorado. It's fouled off by Jackson. 1-2. The Red Sox acquired him last May. Really didn't pitch too badly for them out of the bullpen last year. 36 appearances, ERA of about 3.5. Only worth about a step and a half off the bag. Draws the throw. And the 1-2. Checked it. Runner going to second, and Worth gets in there, sliding safely.
It's nice anticipation by Worth on first base. You see the breaking ball at the bottom of the strike zone. You get a good secondary lead. As soon as you see the ball bounce, you take off, and that's how you advance 90 feet.
A wild pitch has put the winning run at second base here in the 10th. 2-2 on Austin Jackson.
He wouldn't get 2 walk-off knocks in the first 3 games of the year, would he?
I'd love it. Right here, right now. Fouled off. He hadn't had one before opening day this year. 2 in the first 3 games would be nice. 10-10 tie here in the bottom of the 10th. Worth had a pinch hit single, advances on the wild pitch. Swing and a miss. Jackson is out of there, and we will go to the 11th inning, all tied at 10 runs apiece. to you by Jack Links, the official sponsor of Extra Innings. Right, you got any Jack Links sticking around anywhere?
I wish we did have some snacks around here.
It's getting into that Easter dinner time. Danny Worth will play second base as he stays in the game, and Ryan Rayburn will move from second to left. Replacing Andy Dirks, who was pinch hit for by Worth. Cody Ross will lead it off. Ross, then Aviles, and then Shopik due up facing Joaquin Benoit as we go to the 11th. First pitch a little bit outside, 1-0. Ross had a pinch hit single back in the 9th inning and then stayed in the game. That was the inning in which the Red Sox got a run to bump their lead up to 3 runs. Oh, look out, Ross. And that ball came whizzing by his head.
It's a changeup, 76 miles an hour.
He actually almost ducked into it before backing up. Benoit walked the first man he faced in the 10th, then got the next 3 hitters. Breaking ball away, and now it goes to 3-0. There's a strike, 3-1 on Ross. The former Detroit Tiger broke in the Tigers organization. "31 years of age now, Cody Ross. And a strike called. Cody was headed to first base. Didn't really care for the call there from Dan Iasonia.
Nice job with the glove from Avila. Ever so slightly grabbing that ball and pulling it back in the strike zone to get that call from Iasonia.
Foul away. Back in 1999, the Tigers selected Cody Ross in the 4th round of the draft out of Carlsbad High School in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Cody now has played in 6 different organizations. And again, the 3-2. And he walked it. So Ross flips the bat and walks to first base for the 2nd straight inning leadoff walk.
The shortstop, Mike Aviles.
Alex couldn't get the call on that one.
In fact, the Red Sox now have gotten the leadoff man on the last 4 consecutive innings. Mike Aviles stepping in.
Already with 1 sacrifice today.
That came in his last at bat, setting up the run in the 9th inning. He has 3 RBIs. Kelly Shopik due next, but already Bobby Valentine has sent Saltalamacchia to the on-deck circle. So he'll be hitting for Shopik. Pitch out, nothing going on. One and 0 on Aviles.
Well, if you're Bobby Valentine and you weren't entertaining the thought of a hit and run, you might be doing so now. Count in your favor.
Runner goes, and a hit and run, base hit. He not only entertained it, but he pulled it off. And the Red Sox have runners at first and third and nobody out.
Well, I don't know for sure, but the sacrifice was in order there with Aviles. It's extra innings. You want to get a runner into scoring position. But by the pitch out on the very first pitch, now all of a sudden, if you're Bobby Valentine, you know they're not going to have back-to-back pitch outs. So he put the hit and run on, and Aviles worked it to perfection.
And so an outstanding opportunity now for the Red Sox. First and third, nobody out.
And drawn in infield now.
And here is Saltalamacchia. That'll get back out of play 0-1. One for 6 in the series with a double for Saltalamacchia. Had a solid year last year with 16 homers, drove in 56. Fouled off, knocked the mask off of the catcher Alex Avila. 0-2. Benoit's trouble began with the leadoff walk here in the 11th. Ross at third base and Aviles at first. Nobody out in the 11th inning. Swing and a miss, and Saltalamacchia is disposed of on 3 pitches.
Huge strikeout by Benoit. It's that Vulcan changeup that he throws.
Nasty. That's a start. One gone. Here is Nick Punto. He's been a bit of a thorn today. 2 hits, 2 RBIs. And a ball high. He was showing bunt. Ross a couple steps down the line.
That fastball was by design up in the strike zone. And by Benoit with the runner on third, you have Punto standing in the batter's box, who can obviously handle the bat very well. That's just part of his game. He likes to bunt. And in a game like this, you have to be aware of all the situations.
Here's the 1-0. Popped up back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on Punto. Punto singled in a run in the 9th inning, made it 10-7. He's trying to deliver the go-ahead run here in the 11th. And a bluff at third, nothing going on. Tigers still playing the middle of the infield deep enough. They get a ground ball, they can turn two. That's short in second. Swing and a miss. Benoit slowly climbing back into this inning.
Really good pitch to a contact hitter like Peralta, who's looking for a fastball and just trying to put it in play, but you pull the string on him by throwing that really good changeup and you get him out in front. You can go a couple different ways now. You can elevate the fastball or you can go right back to the bottom of the strike zone, but don't get too much plate with it because he's tough to double up.
2-2 on Punto. Punto in his 11th major league season. Phillies, Minnesota, the Cardinals last year won a world championship with St. Louis. He also got to the postseason 3 times with the Minnesota Twins. Trying to deliver Ross from third base. And the 2-2. Runner goes from first, and it's slapped in the air toward left field. Sinking. Base hit. That'll get a run in. Meanwhile, Aviles gets all the way to third base, and the Red Sox lead 11-10. Nick Punto has his 3rd hit.
Had Rayburn caught this ball cleanly on one bounce, he would have had a chance at throwing Ross out at home plate. Ross went all the way back to the bag to tag up and got a late break, and Rayburn knew that. Had he took his eye off the ball at the last moment, taking a peek at Ross, and that's why he didn't catch it cleanly, but he would have had a chance at throwing him out at home plate there.
As it stands, that is the 17th hit for the Red Sox. They go on top 11-10. Still only 1 out with runners at the corners. And now Jacoby Ellsbury. And he looks at a strike. 0-1. That ball was hanging up just long enough where Ross just wasn't quite sure if it was going to drop or not.
Well, that's a play for Ross. You just have to go down the line regardless because you're not going to tag up.
Right. Bounced in there, and a good block by Avila. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You have to go about 4 or 5 steps down the line if you're Ross, and if the ball drops, then you're able to score easily. But as it was, he was all the way back to the bag, and Rayburn knew that. And right when the ball got to Rayburn's glove, he took a peek up at Ross, and that's why he didn't catch it cleanly.
1 ball, 1 strike on Jacoby Ellsbury. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Driven down the right field line. That ball is trouble, and it is a foul ball. That scores 2 if it's fair.
And a triple for Ellsbury.
How close was it? Ooh, that close.
About 6 inches.
One and 2 on Ellsbury. You got Pedroia lurking, and it would be Gonzalez. He tried to hold up, couldn't do it. See you later. 3rd strikeout for Joaquin.
Benoit's got that real good changeup working here today.
Two outs. And Dustin Pedroia stands in. Tigers relax the infield here with 2 away. Runners at first and third. Pedroia has only 1 hit plus a walk today. And he takes ball 1. $11 runs, 17 hits for the Red Sox. 10 runs, 14 hits for Detroit. There's the strike called on the outer edge. 1-1 on Pedroia. Scherzer started this game a long time ago. Ballister came on in the 3rd. Schlereth, Villarreal, Koch, Dotel, and Benoit. Outside. 2-1. I guess coming into this one, you wouldn't figure a game started by Scherzer and Buchholz would be 11-10 right now.
That's right.
But both were knocked out early in this game. Here's the 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Mark Melanson warming up. Now, an interesting count here, 3-1. Pedroia way ahead in the count.
Every fastball's been away from Dustin as well. Not one inside.
Runner goes from first, and it's lined to left field, base hit. That'll get another run in. Dustin Pedroia singles in a run. Punto gets all the way to 3rd, and the Red Sox lead by 2. 12-10. And here comes Leland.
Hung a slider there on a 3-1 count to Dustin Pedroia.
Joaquin Benoit threw 44 pitches in this outing today, and he will give way to the Tigers bullpen. Dwayne Below comes trotting in. So Jim Leland has had to really rifle through his entire pen today.
Well, you know, Jim probably wanted to stay away from Dwayne Below in the game today after he pitched in yesterday's outing after Pfister had the lead.
Yeah, Jim, as a matter of fact, before the game today said Below not available, but he is pushed into that corner here.
And Dwayne Below almost made the team out of spring training, but did not break with the ball club. But an injury in the last day to Marte put him on the roster, moved his fastball around nicely. Little breaking ball changeup. 14 games last year. Lost 2, didn't win 1. 11 walks in 14 innings. 14 strikeouts, excuse me.
Below did his best work in the big leagues out of the bullpen. He won 9 games at Toledo, was 9-4 as a starter there with the Mud Hens. Well, it's been a long afternoon of baseball here at Comerica Park. The Tigers got it rolling in the first inning when they scored 4 runs to jump out to a 4-0 lead. Johnny Peralta doubling in 3 to make it a 4-0 game, but the Red Sox, they would not go away.
Yeah, Max Scherzer got off to a decent start, but then after that, he just left too many pitches over the heart of the plate, and he had a bout of wildness, which kind of allowed the Boston Red Sox to take command of this game and knock him out of the game. And then it was Adrian Gonzalez after Schlereth came on with a 2-run homer, but the Tigers wouldn't be outdone. The big fella, Miguel Cabrera, played long ball for the 3rd time in 2 days. 5 RBIs today for Miguel Cabrera.
And of course, here in the 11th inning, the Red Sox going ahead with a pair of RBI hits, Nick Punto and Dustin Pedroia. And it's 12-10 in favor of the Red Sox. So Bilo ready to go to work, and he will face Adrian Gonzalez, and he misses outside. A total of 18 hits for the Red Sox today. Gonzalez has 2 of them. You saw the 2-run shot. Checks his swing, strike called. First and third for the Red Sox. Punto and Pedroia. Bender misses high. 2-1. Below 9-4 last year at Toledo. And the 2-1. That is going to be a foul ball and a broken bat. 2-2. Lifted toward left, but foul back into the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count stays on Adrian Gonzalez, trying to keep this inning going. David Ortiz waiting on deck. Red Sox got 1 in the 9th to go up 3. Cabrera hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th. But the Sox have untied it again. Runner goes, and it's popped up foul. The count stays on Adrian Gonzalez.
Tigers have Bosch, Cabrera, and Fielder coming up in the bottom half of the 11th inning.
Don't go anywhere. Probably has Bobby Valentine thinking we better get as many as we possibly can here.
For sure.
Because it ain't going to be enough, whatever it is. 2-2. Runner goes. And it's low. No throw to second base. In standing up is Pedroia. A swipe for Dustin Pedroia. His first of the year. And now, meanwhile, it's gone 3-2 on Adrian Gonzalez. Fouled away again. Bilo sizing up another 3-2 pitch. Here it comes. They tipped him in the glove for strike 3. So 2 runs in for the Red Sox. Let's go to the bottom of the 11th. Tigers need another rally. the Tigers need another rally. They are down by 2 runs, and they will send Bosch Cabrera, fielder, up to the plate here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Jared Saltalamacchia is staged in the game, and he will catch. And the new pitcher is Mark Melancon.
Trying to close it out for the Boston Red Sox. They've had a difficult time with their bullpen first 3 games of the year.
It won't be easy for him, though. Here's Bosch. 2 hits, RBI today. First pitch is in for a strike, 0-1. Bosch picking up not only his first hits of the season, his first RBI as well. Melancon's 0-1. That'll get fouled down the left field line. No balls, 2 strikes. Last time the Red Sox tried to meander through this part of the Tigers lineup, they got a 3-run homer from Cabrera. Bosch had a base hit to set up a 3-run shot. And the 0-2. Bouncing ball right side of the infield. And Gonzalez will take it himself. 1 away. And we bring up Cabrera. What a day for Miguel Cabrera. 5 RBIs. And Melancon starts him off with a strike. Fastball at 94. Missed it outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 20 saves last year for the Houston Astros in 71 appearances for Mark Melancon. Again, his big league career with the Yankees. And he's trying to nail this one down for the Red Sox. That'll get foul. 1-2. A base hit right field. Cabrera goes the other way.
He's an incredible talent. 2 strikes, not trying to do too much. Allows the ball to get deep into the strike zone and simply fights it off. But look at him pull his hands close to his body to make sure he gets barrel on this baseball. Good look here at it. Yeah!
3 hits to go with his 5 RBIs today. And here comes the tying run to the plate. Prince fielder.
You really can't pitch to Cabrera and get him out in the strike zone. Not many guys in the big leagues have the ability to do so.
Missed it outside. 1-0 on Prince. Singled in his first at bat. Not a whole lot going on since. He is 1 for 5 today. There's a strike call. There is Aviles.
He's the shortstop.
He's the shortstop, and the third baseman Punto switched with him.
He moved him all the way on the other side of the bag. Punto more accustomed to playing on that side of the bag, so that's a good move. You're starting to see more and more managers do this.
Bouncing ball, base hit, left field. Prince had the entire left side of the infield, and he took it.
A spray chart earlier today regarding Prince fielder in the fact that even though they've overshifted him in the infield, he drives the ball the opposite way. Unselfish here. It's a ball up in the strike zone. He knows he's not going to get anything inside, so he takes the base hit the opposite way in the position where the third baseman vacated.
There you go. His hits by direction last year.
Yeah, left field not foreign to him.
Now Delman Young, the winning run at home plate.
That's one thing you have with Fielder and Cabrera. Not only do you have a couple of guys that have tremendous power, but Cabrera won a batting title last year and Prince at 299.
Big rip there by Delman, 0-1. 1 for 5, had a single in the 7th inning of this game.
No quits in this Tigers offense.
Well, they have 16 hits of their own here today. 18 for the Red Sox. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2 now.
If you're down, you've got to shorten up a little bit as well. Just like Cabrera did to lead off with a single. Spread out. You don't want to be too aggressive here on the next pitch. Make sure you get a good strike. Fight it off to right field. Nothing wrong with that. If he hangs a pitch, then obviously you can do some damage back to the pull field.
Throw back to second. Cabrera easily gets back. Crowd didn't like it. Two on Delman Young. Tying runs on here with 1 out. Now Melanson with the 0-2 pitch. It gets away from Saltalamacchia. He's going to go to third, and Cabrera gets in there.
Tom Brookins told me in spring training when I was asking him who was the best base runner on your team. And he simply told me Miguel Cabrera. He said Austin Jackson's the fastest base runner, but he said that the skills that Cabrera has on the base paths are unteachable. Great instincts.
Saltalamacchia entertained throwing to third base, but held on to it. Now it's 1-2 with runners at the corners. Swung on, driven to the air toward left center. Ellsbury, this will get a run in. And Cabrera will come in to score, so the wild pitch allows the Tigers to get one back. It's now a 1-run game with 2 outs. And give Delman his first RBI of the season. Runs scored in this series in the 3 games. And for the Tigers, the most since '83 and '85. So here is Avila. 12-11 game. Alex, a couple of walks to his credit today. Fielder is the tying run at first. What are the shadows? What kind of play will they have an effect here now, because the pitcher is still in the sunlight?
And the batter almost is in the dark right now. You can Alex be on that left side of the batter's box, apparently still in a little bit of sunlight, but obviously when the shade does get, or the shadows get over home plate, it makes it a little bit more difficult for the hitter.
Melanson ahead in the count, 0-1. He'll step off. Missed it outside. 1-1.
It looks like Prince and Gonzalez having a little fun.
Get off me.
Come on now, Ace. Come on now. Outside.
Way outside.
A couple of years ago, those two guys were the two top first basemen in the National League. That hasn't changed, but now they've simply switched leagues.
Fielder with Milwaukee and Gonzalez with San Diego. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Avila. Melanson now needs one more strike. One out singles by Cabrera and Fielder. Wild pitch, put runners at first and third. Sac fly by Young. Made it 12-11. The 2-2 is fouled off. And Avila barely staying alive. Off day tomorrow for the ball club. Tampa Bay Rays coming in Tuesday night, or Tuesday afternoon, I should say. All three games will be 1:05 starts. Tigers sweep the Red Sox out of town with two comebacks today. And what a thrill for Avila.
This offense is incredible. Simply incredible. How about the at-bats by Prince, Fielder, and Cabrera to start the inning?
Yeah, not to be lost.
Knuckle curveball, bottom of the strike zone. He went down, he got it. He didn't take a big swing at it. He caught it out in front, and he flipped it off what looked like the fences there in the outfield, and it's clearly gone. Cody Ross almost got up there and caught it. What a finish.
What a finish indeed. Cabrera's three-run homer in the ninth ties it. And the Tigers get a two-out, two-run shot from Avila in the 11th to win it. Unbelievable.
Well, we've got the man of the hour with us right now, Alex Avila. And Alex, we look up at the score. I didn't even know what it was. So many runs scored here today. How do you describe a game like this?
It's one of those games. I mean, you're going to have a handful of these games a year, and I don't know. It felt like I was out there forever.
Take me through your at-bat. You had a two-strike count on you. The ball leaves the yard by a matter of inches. Walk me through your mindset.
Well, I know he had a good fastball and a good curveball. Likes to get guys out with this curveball. And, you know, Honestly, right from once I got 2 strikes, I was just trying to put the bat on the ball, and he hung the curveball a little bit.
Big home run by Miggy earlier in the game that preceded your dramatic shot. Tell me what's going on in the dugout as you guys continue to battle back in this seesaw game this afternoon.
Well, I mean, the thing about our team, our offense is, you know, we could blow up at any time, and before you know it, we score 3-4 runs. So we always feel like we're in it.
25 runs scored in a sweep in the opening series of the season. Put that into some perspective for us.
That's a walk-off the first game, 10-0 the second game, and then this kind of game today is, I mean, thank God we have an off day tomorrow.
Congrats on the big shot in the series sweep here against the Red Sox. Way to get the season off to a great start, Alex. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
There goes Alex Avila, 2 home runs in this series, and a big one here this afternoon to give the Tigers a sweep over the Red Sox. Let's go back upstairs.
Trevor, thank you. In a game that lasted 4 hours, 45 minutes, Avila caught all of them, and he had to be exhausted.
He sounded like he was exhausted, and if you're going to stay here, as long as we've been here today, you might as well win it.
So the Tigers, a dramatic win here in the bottom of the 11th inning. One more time, Alex Avila. And the Tigers sweep the Red Sox. Back with more.